practice.
I'm gonna
every
send a
time.
message to Essek. Question. If we needed to teleport somewhere, would you be able to do it because you love us now? Or is it still like not cool?
It's hard to count
Ish.
words. My ADD goes crazy.
Well, that depends on where you're going. If it is a place I don't know, there is significant risk, but possible. You head your way over towards Essek's home. They're finishing up here. You head to his familiar towers where you had previously enjoyed the cheese and crackers provided to you. You're greeted by Essek, who leads you back into the interior. Well, I was not expecting you to return to Rosanna so soon. I take it your journey was successful?
Yeah.
We believe so, yes.
Should we try the spell again before we go?
I mean, I haven't even really meditated about it yet.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Well, you said you needed to travel somewhere, so...
Yes, is that okay?
Yes, it's okay. It prevents me from some of my capabilities throughout the day each time I do this. So while I'm here in my home and things are not requiring me to be elsewhere rapidly, thankfully this is a moment in time in which I am more useful here in the city.
It's greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll find a way to balance the scales sometime.
Is there any news on your end?
What I know is many of the elements of the military on both sides are holding hard lines at the exterior of previous battlefields. There has been some small-scale negotiation and discussion as far as preparation for this gathering. Ships have already set out with the prisoner from one of our outposts. It is quite a long trek from our side of Wanendir. I believe the same is begun traveling from the Dwendalian Empire to eventually find its way towards the Menagerie Coast.
Are we going to miss the negotiation?
It takes weeks.
The negotiation is about 3.5 weeks from now, I believe.
Okay.
So as long as you can ensure your return by then, otherwise it'll just have to continue without you.
Wow, okay.
So where would you like me to take you?
Caduceus?
Oh, we're going to,
I mean, it's a vast space, yes, so somewhere more specific.
Can you describe exactly where we're going?
No, I've never been there.
Oh.
Didn't you say it was near the forest that we have been to?
No. It's,
Do you not know what I'm supposed to be taking you? That is...
Where's the
That is impossible.
It's the,
No, we know. We
What's
know
the-
where
is
we're
that
going.
where
White Dawn Lagoon. Right. Okay. I've not been there, but I know of its existence. That puts us in a possible chance of arriving.
Are we gambling with fate by going
Should
to
I
this place?
scry on the White Dawn Lagoon? Can I scry? I can't scry on the location. I always forget this. I don't have it prepared anyway.
I don't have it prepared either, so I could not... It would be helpful to me to do so, which means we could either go now and chance it, or we could try tomorrow.
Let's chance.
Chance it!
Chance it!
What's life without a little risk?
can go wrong with this.
Of course, but so much can go wrong with all sorts of
That's so true.
elements of magic. Exciting, though, as we've experienced together once before, sometimes painful. But if you insist, let us all take hands if you are ready.
Oh boy.
I'm going to
Long shot.
Pray.
put my hands on Essek's shoulder, and I'm gonna say, "The traveler is with you, my child."
Thank you, Jester.
Yeah.
Come. And he kind of glides over into the center of his main, his main chamber. These watch, he kind of moves that way. The furniture kind of, scoots on its own to the sides and leaves the open space. Puts his hands out. You all clasp hands, and he goes, White-Dawn Lagoon. Fingers crossed. And as he begins to finish his incantation, you can hear the voice echoes growing louder and louder. Essek immediately goes, I think this was a success.
This looks about right.
When was the last time you saw the sun?
It's been a number of, I think probably since the last time I took you somewhere, Miss Bright.
Does it hurt you?
It's not comfortable, but it is tolerable. Is this what you were seeking?
I get down on the ground and paint a parasol and pop it out and go.
Thank you, Jester.
He's so cute with his
I'm going
parasol.
to.
His dick's up almost in the bag.
He's Mary Poppins, y'all!
It's a wild, tangled space. Essek goes, well, that is not for me. Thank you, Jester, and good luck. And kind of like glides over and lands down to this patch of sand and begins to take his finger and carve out what looks to be a teleportation circle.
Thank you, friend.
Thank you.
Of course. Continues his work. The third individual you see looks to be another male elf, though younger, kind of pale skin and silver and teal robes. The hair is kind of a faint, dirty blonde and very short, kind of coming to a point in the front. Neither of you recognize this figure, but this figure seems to be engaged in conversation as they're all talking.
We are less familiar with your friend over here.
Oh, this is Lord Desran Thane. And points over, and the other figure, the elven figure, sort of goes, my apologies for not introducing myself. I am just one of the lords of here, Nicodranas, and I'm meeting with some friends in preparation for the journey ahead. Caduceus and Caleb.
Yeah.
This elven figure does seem a bit nervous in your presence
Yeah, is he
upon meeting.
bullshitting us?
You don't know. You just, the person immediately seems to be like that. Like when you approach, the expression was like, what the? But nevertheless, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mighty Nine. I apologize. I must be off. And the
Are you
Marquis says,
going to be joining us for the voyage, or?
No, I will be staying here with my homie Nicodranas, but I wish you all luck on the journey. Have a good day.
How do you get your hair so pointy?
And as it casts prestidigitation, you watch the hair continue to find a majestic spire, seemingly almost pointing southward.
The Bright Queen, who we are here on behalf of, has requested that we inspect the artifact in question before setting sail, to make sure that it is intact.
That can certainly be arranged. Caduceus, you notice that Desren eyes kind of dart back and forth a bit. And you watch two figures kind of waltz in with haste. You hear one voice, Ludinus, say, I couldn't help but gauge your discomfort with the conversation. And the other figure goes, well, I just wasn't expecting to see them. And Ludinus goes, shh, hold on. Does some hand motions. And as he releases what looks to be a simple spell, there's this faint shockwave that dissipates within a radius of them. Uncertain what it does, though you gather in the moment that it's probably some sort of a radial dispel to lock down or destroy any localized magic. However, the illusion around Lord Desran Thane vanishes. And there standing in his place is a gently floating male drow with short hair.
No.
To which the revealed Essek responds.
Buddy, don't!
Of course I am uncomfortable with this. I did not know they were going to be coming directly here. And you can see, like, there's conflict in his eyes. And Ludinus goes, I understand. but it's extremely important how we enforce and oversee the control and the exchange of the prisoners and the delivery of the beacon. Essek kind of thinks for a second. I agree. Ludness goes, we each have what we want. And when this business is behind us, we need not interact ever again. The Assembly will share its research, for the deal, and beyond, and we never have to speak. And Essek sits and thinks for a second and goes, I look forward to never seeing your face again. But we're too far in at this point. It's taken a lot of effort to ensure the tracks have been covered. And no one undeserving was hurt. But I want no further part in this once this is done. Ludness kind of steps forward and goes, I'm surprised to see such affection from such a previously cold individual. And Essek kind of turns his glance away and goes, well, I'm surprised myself. Maybe you should try friends sometime. Ludness goes, hold it together for the time being. We cannot have you mysteriously disappearing with that poor attempt at hiding your discomfort earlier. Do your part. All right. Essek kind of nods. I hate parties. And turns around and you watch as the illusion takes over once more as his feet touch the ground and heads back out to the deck of the ship. As you guys are kind of walking away from the docks, you hear the footfalls quickly approaching of the Lord Desren Thane, who kind of gives a nod. Hello.
Oh, hey again.
Hey.
Have a good day. And
See you at the party.
See you tomorrow night.
Yes, indeed. See you then.
Pleasure meeting
Okay.
you.
You as well. And continues on past you at a hurried pace.
If you feel like visiting the Lava Chateau, you can go there and see my mama perform.
No response. You do notice within a short time that Lord Desren Thane notices your arrival, and about maybe 20 or so minutes, 30 or so minutes into your stay, you notice him keeping entirely on the opposite side of the party to you guys. Every time you shift somewhere, he shifts to keep elsewhere. There is definitely kind of an intentional dance to avoid you all.
Lord Dane.
That's one way to do it.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, good to see you again. Come here. Come on.
Gets a drink off one of the platters. While this is happening, you are under the table. Desren is saying nothing. Desren is backed up against the table you're hiding under, invisible, and is like barely even drinking the drink that he has, and is just kind of like looking about nervously.
I'm gonna go up to Desren.
You are one of the
Mighty Nine, I met you
Mighty
yesterday.
Nine. Yes, introduced.
You're a lord here?
yesterday. What?
You're a lord here in town?
Yes, I am.
Where do you live?
Around.
Around here?
Yes.
The Marquis?
Well, not here specifically, but I move after I travel. It gets boring. I'm so sorry. I'm not feeling well. I should probably
Oh,
get
do you
going.
have stomach issues?
Oh, terribly, yes.
Oh no, but you can't leave.
But I must.
But my mom was about to perform. Have you ever been to the Lava Chateau?
No.
She is one of the most famous performers ever. You know, I can help heal you if you have stomach issues. I'm a cleric. That way you don't have to go anywhere, you know.
I will happily stay for the performance.
Oh, wonderful. Can I link my arm in his? Does it feel like his clothes feel different than what I'm touching? Does
It's
everything
hard to
feel
tell.
normal?
It's material.
Okay.
You know, It's not so much he's wearing a whole different dimension of an outfit, it's just the coloration's mostly different. And what dimensions would be slightly different don't really show through the illusion. It's meant to be close to what he's actually presenting.
Okay. I think she's performing over here. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you live here and you've never come to see her. She's amazing.
I am what you would refer to as an introvert.
She is too. It's surprising, I know, because she's like so outgoing and everything, but she likes to stay at home. Do you?
Yes, and begins to drink the wine.
As she approaches and focus is pulled, I'm going to very subtly and stealthily try to drop a vial of liquid into Essek's drink. Many months ago, we recovered a vial of paralysis from a monster. I don't remember what the monster was, but we got some paralyzing stuff.
Make a sleight of hand check with advantage. All
30.
All this shit coming back to bite me in the ass. All right. Okay. Marion's voice begins to carry beautifully throughout the night air, singing entirely a song in Zemnian, though she does not know the language. She has learned this song as a way to present and bring in all the different dignitaries of the Dalian Empire that are here visiting before they set out to sea. It is gorgeous. And you've seen her perform a number of times, but each time is a fresh, entrancing experience, as her voice seems to carry with this clarity and this sense of almost magical melody behind it, that you know why she's once again established herself as one of the foremost performers on the Menagerie Coast. The people are entranced and watching. Essek drinks of his drink.
Lord Thane, do you speak Zemnian?
I do not myself, as I have not visited the Empire.
Oh. Wait, what? Oh. You've never been to the Empire?
No.
But we always travel to the Empire. I mean, it's so common.
I don't go out very often.
Oh, right.
What's the DC on it?
Oh boy.
You really should get out more. I mean, I know it's hard a lot of times. Lord Thane, are you okay? What's going on? Lord Thane? Is it your stomach? Did I see Not?
No, Not's invisible and rolled a 30. Nobody could have seen Not. Beyond the eyes of the gods behind the divine gate, they're watching Not going, oh shit, how'd that happen?
Oh God, are you okay?
I'm gonna float near there just to keep an eye on Justin.
I'm gonna rub his belly. Is it your stomach? Is it your stomach?
Other people are kind of looking over.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it down. I'm gonna keep. Pay attention to the song she's performing. God, stop looking at me. I'm gonna try to pull him out of the room.
Okay. Weirdly enough, just kind of glides. It's like when you're playing an MMO and suddenly you get a lag spike and your character just kind of moves across the floor.
I'm gonna trail.
Yeah, I'm gonna trail as well.
All right. The music is getting louder and people are enthralled, and as you guys are keeping an eye on this, you can see Jester slowly dragging a very mannequin still Desrin.
Don't know what happened. What's going on?
I'm going to follow out. What are we doing here? This is not exactly the plan that we talked about. What
I don't know.
What did you do to him?
I didn't do anything. I was just talking to him.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
He can hear us.
I know. It's just Lord Thane.
Are you
just
okay?
All of a sudden turned.
That's very
This
weird.
gentleman has had some sort of a seizure of some sort.
Oh, God.
We should do our best to.
Should I cast greater restoration on him or
maybe,
something?
but let's try some other things first.
As you guys are dragging him out of the party, his body,
Why is he floating?
the muscles now come loose once more as the paralysis.
Are you okay? Oh my gosh, you had me so worried.
I have to go.
Kind
of pulls his arm.
I don't think so. Click. I put the manacles of stasis on his wrists.
They clack onto his wrists. And immediately, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Do I need to roll to see if he falls asleep?
That's it?
That's 73.
It's not enough.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do they still
They still-
hold his wrists?
Oh, yeah, the manacles clap onto his wrist, and you watch him kind of like almost stumble for a second, the eyes kind of lulling before he rights himself.
Caleb, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you talking about? I was just talking to Lord Thane here.
He vanishes from the handcuffs and appears 30 feet away on the outside of the gate of the establishment.
30 feet away?
Yes.
I'm just going to say, stop. I'm going to try command. Stop.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a party now.
All right, you say, and then their guards are there, and as you say stop, they turn towards you as you shout and point.
Stop.
All right, here's
Very
a
chill.
wisdom saving throw.
17.
15.
Cool.
It worked?
Yeah.
So
It doesn't work for a long time.
no, it lasts for a round. So when it comes back to his next turn, he's just gonna not do anything.
Yeah, so I'm gonna head on over there.
All right, the guards kind of look confused. Are you guys following Caduceus?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Fine, we just have to finish the conversation.
Sorry, our friends
Yeah,
have too
let's
much
just
to
have
drink.
a quick conversation.
As the guards just kind of nod and open the gate for you, as you step by, as Lord Desmond's just kind of standing there going,
You really do want to talk to us. I think it's very important. You do.
Lot at stake here.
A lot.
fine then, show me where.
Let's find a place to talk that's quiet.
The rest of you, as you carefully escort Lord Desren Thane across the Restless Wharf, eventually across the gangplank to the deck and below the deck of the Ball Eater. You find your way to a comfortable space, away from prying eyes. And as the figure, shoulders slumped, turns around, the illusion fades.
Yasha, please guard the door.
Oh my gosh, it's Essek, but what?
It's like I said, never trust floaty hot boys.
What are you doing?
Yes, friend, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. You all weren't part of the plan.
Well, you know, we have a limited amount of time, and I would love for you to see the sunrise, so if there is a reasonable explanation, we would love to hear it.
It's complicated to express.
Figured that much. Just sit down.
For this, yes.
We have all night.
It may take as much. And he moves his hand this way, and one of the crates kind of scoots, and he sits upon it.
Still cool, still fucking cool.
I I have a lot I want to accomplish. And only one person who understood and believed in that idea. And that's me. I've done terrible things in my life. As I know many of you have as well. Things you regret. Things you think you're doing for the right reasons. I cannot say I regret what I've done. I just regret how things have changed since I made that decision. You weren't part of the plan.
Well, number one, what did you want to accomplish? Number two, just fucking explain the plan. Because we've been guessing and it's, I don't know if we're right, it's...
He doesn't want to say it out loud.
You want to write it down? You want to draw it? You want...
No.
You want to play charades?
No, he...
First word, world domination?
If he says it out loud, then he's going to have to hear what it is. And he's not going to like who he is when he hears it. I know you're a good man.
You are, we know you, Essek.
And
I am but a humble, selfish creature.
But avarice and fear can often disguise themselves in a good man as strength and righteousness until he's forced to unveil them in front of people that he trusts. Just say it. We're here.
I'm sorry. Sorry that you've all been pulled into this web of lies. When I first saw you arrive with the beacon, one of the two that I gave, I knew I had to be near you to protect what we had done. I had to make sure that you did not get too close to the truth.
Backfired.
If I could control the direction of your meanderings near this endeavor, perhaps it would have been safer. What I didn't account for was liking you all. And there's nothing worse than betraying those you come to care about before you even came to care about them. At least not in my experience. And regret is a very new sensation. The pain is somewhat comforting because I am my own punishment.
Do you still want what you started out wanting?
I've spent my life working towards it. I think things got a little out of hand.
What do you want?
I've already told you. There are so many mysteries around these beacons, around Dunamis, what it's capable of. My entire life I've been propped up to be perhaps worthy of being one to break those boundaries, to find applications for it that could change everything. And if I don't do it, the first person who does, I don't trust them.
I drop down onto my knees in front of him and turn his face to mine. You listen to me. I know what you are talking about. I know. And the difference between you and I is thinner than a razor. I know what it means to have other people complicate your desires and wishes. And I was like you. I know what a fool I have been for years. And I'm looking at him as if I am looking in a mirror. You didn't account for us. Good. That is life. Shit hits you sideways in life and no one is prepared. No one is ready. These people changed me. These people can change you. You were not born with venom in your veins. You learned it. You learned it. You have a rare opportunity here, Thelyss. One chance to save yourself. And we are offering it. And I place a hand on his shoulder, pleading with you to find your better self. He is still there.
There is no path to redemption for me. If what has been done comes to light, if what you are seemingly looking to correct is known, then I am a dead man.
I lean in and kiss him right here. And say, maybe you and I are both damned. But we can choose to do something and leave it better than it was before.
weren't part of the plan. And now you're all in terrible danger for the things that you know.
So be it.
I've not cared for anyone but myself for the century I've been alive.
I hold his hand.
Who are you today? Not then. Right now. It's all that matters.
It can be disorienting having friends get under your skin.
I cannot be here.
We have to know what's coming. We need to know what you paid, what you've set in motion. We're gonna have to take care of it.
If I tell you, will you let me go?
I don't know, but...
Well, I won't let you leave until you do. You can certainly try.
We are returning the right beacon, the one that I gave. And they are keeping the one that they found. Their research is to continue. And we are to correspond as the research progresses. There is intent to end this war. It has run its purpose. They have what they want. I'll have what I want. And everyone out there will have what they want. An end to this conflict.
So what's the bad stuff?
The bad stuff is if you tell anyone or try to stop it.
This beacon, it goes back to the Bright Queen.
And it's totally fine? It's unchanged?
So you guys have come back now.
Quietly crept in behind for the tail end.
Essek! What? Whoa! Too much.
There is no great plan, there is no espionage, there is no anything. We're just putting all the pieces back and hope that nobody notices.
Then why is it bad? Why would we tell anyone? You're stopping the war, you're getting what you want.
Then you won't.
Well, I can't say I have a lot of faith in the Empire's intentions.
Can
in
I
this situation.
insight check Essek to see if
Yes,
it
you
feels
may.
like he was...
22.
Okay. He seems to be bearing it all.
Okay.
I mean, this doesn't really change our plans. This doesn't change what we knew before.
We just, want to make sure that the beacon that's going back isn't going to try to explode everyone.
You do not need to worry about that. We were coming along to ensure that outside interests that may wish to see the war continue are kept at bay.
Who all knows of your plans?
Oh. Myself and a few select members of the Assembly.
The Martinet.
The Martinet.
What about Icky?
I believe Trent is also aware.
That guy's a fuckhole.
You're not wrong.
And what do you want with the prisoners? What's with the prisoner exchange?
Who are all the prisoners? Is it the ones we know of, or are there secret prisoners?
There are only 2 prisoners as part of this agreement that are to be passed over.
You didn't kill them, did you?
No, part of the agreement was to not have our prisoner killed and not theirs. So
Yeah.
Vence is being passed over to us.
Yeah.
And the prisoner, which we've already spoken to, is to be passed over to the Empire.
You said we were in danger because of what we know. Who knows what we know? Just you, right?
Just myself, the Martinet, and Trent. Well, there was one more, though I have not met her.
Met her?
Astrid?
No.
Was her name Astrid?
She's another member of the Assembly.
Vestra? Ves?
Derogna.
Derogna. That's the name. She was commanding a period of experimentation with it. As far as I know, those are the only ones. But we hold a tense, mutually assured self-destruction.
So you lot started this war, and now you're going to finish it.
Yes.
And we're just supposed to turn the other way and pretend like you're not all a bunch of traitors.
Yes.
I mean, I like you, but the other ones, we're just going to let them get away with it?
They always have.
Thousands have died, Essek. Thousands of innocents.
And I know for a fact that one of the people you have been negotiating with would throw you, me, any one of us, any member of the country he helps govern into the fire. Anyone. I think your intentions are good, but I think perhaps your vision has been clouded.
My intentions were never good. They were important.
You're gonna have to make a lot of babies.
I'm not sure that's well.
So many, it just...
There's
So, let's talk about what we are going to do next. Obviously, this plan needs to move forward.
yes.
Optimally, yes.
Yeah.
You're not going to betray us again, Essek. You're not going to, leave here and tell everyone that we know and then get us killed.
Well, that depends. You show me a kindness.
We've done nothing but show you kindness.
You're not wrong.
We're going to need a certain amount of honesty going forward. Rebuild some trust. Otherwise, well, Yasha, I mean, she's better at that part. I'm not gonna.
You have been spilling secrets to people on the Assembly. Now you can spill secrets to us. And we will move forward with this plan. And I am telling you, there is a very high likelihood that the people that you are dancing with mean to cut your throat and leave you in the dust, with many others.
Then perhaps it is best that I surround myself with friends to protect me. For the enemy of my friend is my enemy indeed, yes?
Is this charade at sea what it really appears to be? No tricks, no double crosses, no twists or turns?
No tampering with the artifact.
Not from us. We have nothing to gain by it going awry.
Well, you have a plan in place and you think that will end this conflict. I don't know that we agree. However, we move forward. Can we count on you when the deal sours?
I have far more allegiance to you than I do any empire or dynasty. For I've not had any for either.
You are a broken person. who had ill intentions and wandered aimlessly into a path that you had no intention or no idea how to complete, and yet somehow along the way you found a heart. You sound like all of us. Welcome to the Mighty Nine.
Essek sits upon the crate as you all surround and inquire. You had just made an invitation to the Mighty Nine to Essek as a thank you. Essek at this point kind of looks up to you, Veth, and kind of...
Oh, also, I'm the goblin from before.
Right. No, I assume it worked then, yes?
Yeah, we removed the impediment. We discussed with you, yeah.
Yeah, we broke my mom's tub doing... Mama.
I gotta go. I run out of the room.
Okay.
Wait.
Very well.
Wait, I'll chase after her.
All right.
This is the thing we're doing, or
No.
Okay.
This is important. We should stay here.
Okay.
I appreciate what you are saying. I am thankful that you have a modicum of faith in me, undeserving as I may be. It is in that interest that I just want to warn you about getting too close. I am tied to a lot of dangerous individuals, and teeter in the shadows at the crux of all of this conflict, intentional as it may not have been. I would never want to put you in a situation, or put myself in a situation where I would have to choose between myself and the rest of you.
Why don't you talk us through the next few days and weeks?
Well, I currently exist in a delicate balance with the Cerberus Assembly, for either could reveal this charade to the detriment of the other. There is respect, at least I believe, on an intellectual level, but I am but one working across from many. I think my utility with the Assembly, continuing to cover up this endeavor from the inside of the dynasty, as well as my insights into their Dunamantic interests, make me too valuable at the moment to be buried. But that doesn't mean that I can stop being paranoid. Nor can I assume that my presence to you doesn't put you in continuous danger either. So, in time I hope this will pass. But for now, I will continue to escort a handful of Assembly members to this negotiation. And if you are indeed coming with your ship as well, you will be nearby. You will oversee the transference of the beacon to the dynasty, as well as the trade of the prisoners. Some discussions and agreements will hopefully come to bear, and to bring the outer conflict, the public conflict, to an end. After which, we stay quiet. I go back to the dynasty. The Assembly returns to their research, and we continue as if none of this had happened.
Well, it's hard to forecast out past the next few days. But I mean, let's not kid ourselves that at some point someone is going to have to pay for some of the damage that has been done.
I admire your sense of heroism, but history is full of people who have not paid for their sins.
Full with a lot of people who have.
Or some who've paid for others.
And while we feel a kinship towards you, and apparently you towards us, unless you're lying about that, there's nothing necessarily stopping us from enacting justice on other folks who have been involved in this scheme.
I am not going to get in the way of any perceived vengeances, just to know that it is safest that I not involve myself in particular with such endeavors.
It might help us, though, if we knew if there were any members of the Cerberus Assembly or anyone that you are particularly beholden to or allied with that we should steer clear of or be especially mindful of.
The Martinet is extremely intelligent and very resourceful. So the less that can be revealed to him, the safest we all are. Lady Vesterugna is clever in her own way. And I am curious to what her involvement is to the Biting North in particular. That may or may not be involved in this, but I trust her less than most, I think.
Are you prepared for all of this to go sideways on you?
Always. I have been for the 3 years since we began this plot.
I feel conflicted about this, but would like to see even a temporary end to conflict.
Well, outwardly.
Why do you keep saying that? What does that mean?
I would hope that in your studies within the Cobalt soul, you understand that conflict is perpetual.
I do. I'm just curious what your brand is.
Well, he has acknowledged that they are keeping one of these artifacts in the Empire, and they are not doing it for posterity's sake.
I mean, there has been a shadow war between the Dynasty and the Empire for decades. This is just the first time that it's brimmed out of the control of those that waged it.
When the Dynasty finds out that there's another artifact.
They cannot.
When they find out.
And let's hope we are far away and well protected when it happens.
Let's hope it takes a very long time, or that it make its way home without anyone ever having to admit it was gone in the first place.
Doesn't seem like you have a choice here. You seem fairly well painted into a corner.
So it would seem. But I've gotten this far by leaning into my resources. I know I can protect myself. I don't think I can protect all of you. And that is why I'm worried.
Well, I would just hope that if things go pear-shaped on us, counter to how you hope and believe things will go, if your life is in danger and our lives as well, that you are willing to work with your friends to survive it.
To survive it, yes.
Make no mistake. We do not trust you.
Good. That'll help you survive.
Doesn't mean we don't hope for you. It's a tricky balance, Essek.
Isn't everything? Even if this is successful, and the war is declared over, that doesn't mean everything goes back to normal. The tangled espionage between both sides of this has gone on for long and will continue to go. The Organ Trust is deeply ingrained, as is the lens. We just have to be careful who we tell anything to. My recommendation is nothing to anyone.
Well, if there's anything that we are adept at, it's being careful and keeping information close to the vest.
Oh.
We are in so much trouble.
Serious.
And there's no one else has your ear in this way.
No.
Please try and keep us informed.
Of course. The best of my ability.
Of course.
Once again, for whatever it's worth, I am sorry.
Apology accepted, at least from here.
He doesn't speak for all of us.
I definitely do not.
Why don't you get some rest, Essek?
You do the same. Night is still young. I would hate for you to waste such a polished presentation. He sits up off his crate and kind of glides back to his faint hover. Good night. And his illusion once more transitions to the blonde elven figure that he's been masquerading as since his arrival in Nicodranas. He waits tensely to make sure that he can leave.
If you truly hope for a second chance, truly, step very carefully with us.
Glide.
And he just leaves.
I'm gonna send a message to Essek.
Okay.
No, you don't need verbs or anything. You can just cut right through to the nouns.
Your message was terrible.
I find your
You understood what I said?
Barely. It took a lot of thought. It's much better to just talk to them.
Just use vowels.
Ow. Hi, how are you feeling? Do you feel guilty or are you happy? Are you just crying in your room right now? We're thinking about you.
A brief pause before the response comes. I am just contemplating what is to come. I appreciate what sliver of trust allowed me to leave. It's not forgotten.
I just don't know if I need
I'm gonna send a message to Essek.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want Orly turning into a fish person.
Hey, Essek, do you have any diamonds on you that you'd be willing to give me? Like something worth like 100 gold or something? I promise I will pay you back, or I could give you some gold now. I really need it. Can you just come over here if you have it?
For the element of that message that he did receive, he responds, it is early, Jester.
Oh shit, it's 2:30 in the morning.
Unfortunately, that is not the type of component that I prepared for the journey. Weirdly enough, a figure steps up from below your deck. You see what looks to be an elven figure with blonde hair. This is Lord Deserin. This is Essek in his illusory form approaches.
He does?
Yeah, steps up from below your deck.
When did you get here?
I arrived but a few moments ago.
Why do people keep bamfing onto our ship without permission?
Well, we do that a lot to other
You're
people.
not wrong. It's fair.
Good to see you.
You as well. It is best that I'm nowhere near these negotiations. The Martinet has the beacon's transference handled. I'm just here to be watchful.
Will they know it's you? Like, will the people on the other side?
There are many wards placed around the proximity of this negotiation, I'm certain, so I would not wish to put myself in a precarious situation. I figured this was the safest place to be, if you don't mind.
Or that spyglass.
If we even rattle that, the whole thing falls apart. Let's just see if it grows on its own.
Do not think you are the only ship keeping a very close eye on every other ship on this armada.
Plus it's 500 feet, you'd be trapped in the middle. Take you too long to get there, and if something happened, you'd be stuck.
Do as you will, but...
Essek. I mean, sorry, should I not call you that?
In mixed company, it would not be preferred. Yes, please.
Hey. Can you scry on them?
I would probably say I would prefer not to.
Would they know that you're scrying?
They would know they are being scried upon. If they have the right wards, which I have to assume they have every sort of ward present on this for that reason.
Well, how do we hear?
We don't.
This
We
is
trust.
really boring. Without knowing what they're saying.
Jester.
What?
Welcome to politics.
Oh, I hate politics.
Jester, boring is good, also.
Where's not Essek? Is he still on the boat with us?
He's still with you guys. He's kind of nervously watching and kind of checking in for your responses and
Oh my
stuff.
gosh, not Essek. Are you going to stay on the boat with us tonight? Because you can't go any closer, huh? Are you going to sleep here? Are you going to sleep on our boat?
I can probably handle myself. Do not worry.
Where are you going to sleep?
I could return to my tower.
Oh. And then just come here tomorrow?
Yes.
I mean,
That's pretty cool.
that is pretty cool. Technically speaking, nobody's sleeping in the captain's quarters.
Well, we have our Fort decoy.
That's fair. There is a dummy in there. Oh, yeah. No,
Very
never mind.
strange, but okay.
Essek. Ooh, should I tell it?
What?
Never mind,
He
go to your
doesn't need to
tower,
know
it's
about that
okay.
yet. It's one problem at a time.
We have a lot of irons in the fire.
I can only imagine.
Hey, when you come here tomorrow, will you bring some, like, pastries? Because you'll like something good. Will you bring us a present?
Make a persuasion check.
It looks like an 8, but you like me. I said, come on.
Just top it off.
Things are a bit tense for me to head to the bakery. But should all things go well, maybe another time.
Okay.
Nonetheless, I will take my leave for the night. Thank you for not throwing me into the water.
Are you keeping it together?
As well as expected.
You're gonna Bamfin tomorrow?
I feel safer being closer to the information. Just not close enough.
Yeah, that tracks.
Anyway.
Counterspell.
And he's gone.
I'm going to send a message to Essek.
Jesus.
Okay.
You have like assistants. Like send one of your guys out and then just have them come back and then you can have it in the morning for us.
Ask him if
It would be what a good breakfast that would be. You never.
Bless you.
I'm trying to sleep, Jester. There is no bakery open at the moment. My sincerest apologies. Essek in his illusory self appears once more on the deck. I hope I have not missed anything.
Literally nothing has happened.
Well, they've just been talking. Essek, did you ever talk to him? Did you hang out with him?
We once knew each other. For a while.
Does he suck?
That is a word, yes.
Okay. He looks like he sucks.
How does it feel seeing him in chains and not you?
Honestly? Freeing.
Looks like things are going well.
Really expected.
Then to fight?
Yeah. Something to go wrong at the last minute, with our luck.
Well, sometimes, no matter how hard everybody tries, everything quiets down for a while.
Outwardly, at least.
For a moment. People won't get hurt.
Do you think it'll really end?
Nothing like this ends, it just calms down.
I think this will help pull eyes away from whatever next tense endeavor both sides is attempting to beat the other towards. The war may have come to a close, but their business continues on. It has for a long time.
And where will you go now?
Well, I have to take care of a few loose ends and ensure that all of this can be laid to rest.
What are their names?
It's not their names. They're not people. They just have some business to tend to. And then, maybe I could take a breath for the first time in months. And if you're interested, we could still do good things together.
Very interested.
Yeah. Just, send a message.
Yeah, I think we need to let this settle.
That we do. Just hope everyone travels home safe. Whenever you finish what you're doing, just let me know. We can talk in a more safe environment about the tangled web that all of these people have built.
These people.
These
Seems like you've spun out a thread or two yourself, Essek.
Yep, that little humdinger you did.
I do not exclude myself from these statements.
Well, we have our peace, so happy days.
Happy days. Until then.
Send cupcakes.
Leave it.
Okay.
And you poop.
Hi. We're headed to Aeor. The Nonagon is here. Can you help us? We're looking for threshold crests. Do you have any knowledge? Huh? That's the worst message I've ever sent.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
There was 4 ideas in
you
there.
got a lot in there.
It was concise.
You got a lot in there.
Okay.
Not but a moment later, you get a response from Essek. Jester, it has been a bit. That was a lot. But Aeor, interesting. I'm at a Vermis outpost to its east.
Wait, what?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh!
He's at the what outpost?
Okay. Essek! Do you want to meet us? Things are dangerous. It's important.
Tell him where we are.
I don't know how to tell him where we are.
Tell him where we just left. We just left.
South of the...
We just left A5, whatever that means. Meet you by the flow change.
Moving north.
Moving north. That one did not go as well, I don't think.
Need to step up your game.
Stop trying to tell me what to say don't ask me questions when I'm sending messages.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but you stopped halfway through the message and it looked like your nose was bleeding. I'm sorry.
Essek responds, It is fortuitous that it seems our paths unite? This is the question. I currently oversee this outpost and cannot leave. But feel free to visit.
Okay. Send a message to Essek.
All right.
We should hit 8-2 tomorrow.
8-2.
That's one word.
There's a group of villains on the way. We have to stop them, Essek. They plan to release something terrible.
Well, you portend something frightful. I have my responsibilities, but if I can be of aid, please let me know. I trust your guts.
He says he'll help. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
What you up to? Can you help us?
We'll be at Aeor in a day and a half.
Can you help?
Things are dire.
They have lodestones.
They have lodestones. They want to bring back the Somnovam.
There's a hyphen in that bit, right?
Will you meet us? Will you help us?
Sick.
Rather rapid response comes in. Jester, your words in some ways are alien, but I sense your worry. I'm at the outpost, southeast of the ruin. Come. Okay, casting commune.
Does Essek plan on helping us at the moment?
As you return to the gentle mind palace of the the Wild Mother, if you will.
Mind Forest.
Mind Forest in this one. So was the question one more time to clarify? What was the question one more time to clarify?
At the moment, does Essek plan on helping us?
You see this distant star that twinkles, and when it does, you feel a sense of safety and familiarity that would confirm a yes.
Okay. Send a message to Essek. Okay, we're en route. We're in the middle of a bunch of spires? What should we be looking for? How do we find you?
You could wrap it up early. No.
Gee whiz. You are great!
You're right.
Glad we
could not.
weighed that carefully.
Worth it.
That was perfect.
You get a response. Well, thank you for your kind words. Good. Look for the larger spired clusters. Be mindful. No weapons out. But as the door opens, you see a figure kind of drift out. You see the familiar white, short hair, odd grin, and now a heavy white fur collared, kind of long purple-black cloak as The shadow hand Essek Thelyss drifts towards you.
I run over and hug him. It's so good to see you.
And everyone kind of stops and kind of gives a curious head turn.
Oh, sorry.
It is good to see you as well, Jester. Mighty Nine, I'm happy to see that you traveled safely across these lands. Well, do come in. We have much to discuss, I imagine.
Yeah. In private, hopefully.
And kind of glances about and puts a hand up to the rest of everybody, and they begin to scatter and go about their business. You hear a couple of whistles go, like this kind of odd metallic whistle, kind of around, and as it does, some of the doors begin to open and people begin going about their business. And in an instant, this quiet, desolate space, you begin to see other doors open, and this becomes a bustling outpost again.
Wow.
Where about 12 to 14 or so people begin carrying materials back and forth. You can see people are in the process of building weapons, and there's a hidden forge beneath an overhang that you couldn't see from the outside, but once you come around the opposite edge, you can see it's just a camouflaged tent top. And on the inside, you can see they're starting to get the bellows going and the flames starting to rise once more. But Essek leads you into the chambers where he emerged, and as you step inside, it is thankfully much warmer upon your approach. Relatively well lit. You can see a number of tables set out, heavy crates kind of piled up with materials and supplies of some kind, a number of other Aurora's Watch soldiers surrounding you, chairs and other individuals that kind of look over and give a nod as you enter, accompanied by Essek. You all step inside. The door is closed by one of the soldiers who kind of just keeps post there, arms crossed. Essek spins around at the central table and then glides down onto one of the nearby stools. Before looking you all over, his cloak kind of throws back over his shoulders a bit, revealing his mantle.
So, friends, what brings you to Aeor?
Anything that see invisibility would pick up in this room that is not as it appears?
Actually, yeah. Make a perception check for me. See if you catch anything.
16.
16. You do see two soldiers that are currently cloaked through some sort of magic that have heavy crossbows that are at two different corners of the chamber. They're not up and ready, but they're just keeping watch.
Okay. We have quite a bit to explain. Do we want to do this privately or privately? There's a lot that's been happening. We are in desperate need of help.
You see, he kind of gives a glance throughout the room and says, anything you can say to me, you can say to our friends in this chamber.
And I'm assuming this chamber is pretty well protected from spies, scrying magic, anything they can see in.
So.
Do you have anything like hot cocoa or an espresso with absinthe in it?
Yeah.
Or like anything at all?
Still have hot cocoa.
Do you have hot water, Essek? We can make cocoa.
That can be procured, yes. And he goes and looks over. One of the other soldiers has already left. And at the mention of hot cocoa being present, you can see a number of the soldiers kind of head turn to you. You've suddenly become the prettiest belle at the ball.
Got any extras?
Yeah, we good. I've got enough to make a couple pots. So.
Great.
Great.
Make an insight check for me.
Oh, disadvantage.
Yep.
Hit it all. 13.
Okay.
That's not horrible.
No. You can't. Do you have magic that would let you like see a picture in somebody's mind? Like if I had seen something and wanted to show you but couldn't draw very well and just wanted you to just kind of see it, is there a thing?
I can draw really well.
I would be able to on the morrow, but at the moment I do not have the capability. My apologies.
The thing we saw.
Which one?
Thing? The city?
The city.
Oh, wow. We're going way back for this story.
I feel like we need to impress the gravity of the situation.
What if he already knows?
That's what I was to say. Yeah.
First, our story is very complicated. Why don't you catch us up on what you're doing here, how you're doing?
Very well, actually. Walk with me, if you would then. If you don't.
Walk in time.
And he gives a nod.
Isn't there one piece of
Harder to shoot.
information we should share, though, before we sort of catch up on them leisurely?
Yes.
So good.
Like, just in case they try to identify people instead of going, like, if you see these people, fuck them up as fast as you can.
Yeah, there's a group.
We're being pursued.
Yeah.
By whom?
A group of 5.
Called the Tomb Takers.
Have you heard of them?
Did Essek ever meet Molly?
I think so.
No.
I cannot say I'm familiar with this group.
Have you heard of the Nonagon?
No.
Have you heard of the
Somnovum?
Somnovum?
I do not believe so.
Inside check. Inside check.
Okay.
Okay.
Freeze frame.
Okay.
17.
25.
20 total.
Oh, shit.
Well, everyone just goes in on.
Swords out.
And, or you roll?
I rolled a 1. I'm shut.
All right, fair enough.
25.
He seems to be on the level. He seems to be. His curiosity is certainly piqued as to what dragged you out in the middle of here, but he did not seem to react in some odd or guarded way when you mentioned the phrase.
We are
He's
learned.
good.
Yeah, what are you doing out here, Essek? Don't you know all the horrible things that happened here?
If anybody sees them, though, they should report it before they even engage.
They're led by a guy who's purple and he's covered in eyeballs and he's got horns like mine, okay? And then there's like 4 other people with him. One's a cat, one's a halfling, one's a big guy, one's, I don't know, an elf.
I'll cast Silent Image and just sort of make these people sort of morph into each other.
See, Essek kind of raises a finger and points towards one of the soldiers who approaches and begins to listen intently.
They are really dangerous. They can destroy magic. They almost killed all of us.
We fought a dragon, and the dragon was an easier fight than these people. It was a lot.
The soldier that Essek called over is not quite as armored as some of the other ones and has kind of a longer robe. And you can see they begin to create match an illusion to the one that's being created here. And the descriptions that you're giving is they see crafting visuals of this. And Essek gives him a nod and says, "Tell the others." And he leaves, and you get the sense that he's going to inform the rest of the guard of the outpost.
We relay the ability to dispel magic,
And there's enough cocoa that as long as the 1 cup gets around to each of these when you're done boiling it, whatever's left, feel free to spread around. There should be at least 12 cups. Thank you.
To be rationed. Well, thank you for the heads up on that. Here, come walk with me for a bit. We can catch up a bit. I'm sorry you're being pursued by these individuals. We shall keep an eye out. I promise you that. I will show you around the outpost. And he rises and begins to head towards the door. The door opens on its own. And do you guys follow?
Yeah.
Okay. You head out into the central, what would be a thoroughfare. Now that you can see this is an outpost, and now you're in the middle of it, you can see the spires are arranged to create kind of a central roadway that passes, this kind of curved cluster where the main kind of back and forth between these buildings, essentially, can be relatively easy and kept. And now that you're closer to, you can see more of the soldiers that have the heavy white cloaks and hoods up that are on top of these spires at different platforms that have heavy ballista-like bolts and defensive position weapons that are affixed to it that you could not see from a distance and are very well hidden, but are definitely capable of taking some very dangerous things down should they wander too close to this location. As you guys kind of get close and there aren't anybody around, he goes, "Apologies, just if we're going to talk a bit, perhaps we should be a little more private. So, come, I will show you where my chambers are, and not far from that, perhaps where you might wish to stay for the night."
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you.
And as he approaches, kind of on the far northern end, a door opens, and you can see there's a guard out there that kind of nods, and you are all escorted in. This room is small but comfortable. Looking at it, you can see that it seems newer, or at least fresher. The accoutrement, the decorations of it don't have that look of being weathered for a long period of time. And as the door closes, you see Essek kind of gives a glance and nudges his fingers a bit in a direction and looks to you all. All right, the door is silent. No one can hear us through here.
Just a moment. I'll look around the room.
My apologies for that. Not deception, but you see he's looking a bit nervous. He goes, "You asked me what I'm doing here. I requested this outpost. I needed to be as far away from any sort of central politics after the negotiation."
Why?
The guilt?
Well, partially, but more so the fact that if I am a dangling thread of communication to the Empire that triggered all of this, what purpose do I serve to be kept alive by the Assembly?
That makes sense.
I can guarantee you there are at least a dozen assassins out looking for me on their
From both sides, probably.
From our side.
I can only assume so.
Does anyone from yours suspect?
Not yet. But who knows? It's possible. Regardless, I was granted this post, and for the time being, I am enjoying the change of pace, strangely.
So you really don't know very much about Aeor, then?
I'm learning as we go, but I just asked to be sent far away, and from what I'd heard, there was quite a bit of competitive acquisition of relics, and if I'm to be honest, that is an intriguing thing. I mean, I'm a man of arcane study, and if there are things here that can continue to progress my personal studies, then that would be perfect. But it also has the benefit of preventing the Assembly in some subtle ways of getting these secrets before we did. And keeping me far away from where perhaps I'm being sought after for the time being.
So you don't have a specific mission or timetable here? It's just to guard, protect, and acquire arcane materials?
For the time being.
We have a mission for you. Save the world.
I fear your day-to-day might be a little more interesting than you had bargained for soon. One question before we dive into... There is so much. We, in recent past, have tried to send something away from this region. I tried to send something out of the frozen north. We don't know if it reached its destination.
Via translocation.
Is correct. Do you have any experience doing such here?
I have. I've been to and from elements of the dynasty a couple of times since I've been here. It's challenging. What were your means of sending this object?
Well, I had a physical article from the location I was trying to send our
But it was not via circle.
No. More powerful.
Not via circle.
Not via circle.
Circles are the best?
The magics around here are very strange. Especially the proximity to these ruins. Any sort of magical incantation has an opportunity to create unexpected consequences. But one of the elements that is most affected, especially in Isocross, is translocation, teleportation. What I've learned is the use of a circle, having a specific anchor rune, and the personal transition too. So the moving away from Aeor seems to be largely unaffected, or at least the safest route. Anything beyond that has an increased chance of going awry.
So if we were to step away via circle, everything is fine, but trying to step back...
As far as I know, yes. I make no extreme guarantees, but I have not seen a problem, and for those I know who have come before me, that seems to be the universal knowledge.
How did you get back? You said you went home a few times?
Mm-hmm.
How did you return?
The same way I've brought you around Exandria. It doesn't always work out the best. To put it bluntly, it either sent me a little ways off of my intended destination, and I had to keep safe and find another way back, or try again the next day. Or it did eventually get me there, but in the process, I underwent some physical stress.
Did it like rearrange your body parts and put your butt on your front or something?
It might have had it completed its attempts, maybe.
Oh shit.
But let's just say it can be quite painful if it goes very wrong. But it is possible. And if it be an emergency and a timetable of challenge, it could outweigh the dangerous journey here.
Good to know, though, if we need to beat a hasty retreat, we can do so.
Potentially.
Coming back is
Worse.
more difficult.
But it is a dangerous place for anyone of intense magical practicing. The proximity of these ruins just makes things difficult to prepare for.
Is that true of even the most basic magics, or is it...
Basic magics can seem to get past whatever strange field or weave is here, but anything beyond even the most rudimentary spells tends to shift like through a prism.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Cool.
Okay, understood.
Through a prism.
Well, that allays our most immediate concern.
Can I get a beat on Essek on if he's like a little twitchy, a little nervous? He mentioned the assassin thing, but can I sense if there is something he's not letting on to?
Make an insight check.
Go wisdom.
That's really good. That is really good. 28 total.
28.
Jesus.
Yeah, I rolled a natural 19.
He seems definitely nervous. His nerves, both, you can see him, he's instinctually kind of just looking over his shoulder around him, in a way a person who is constantly expecting anything to jump out of them is. But on top of that, there's also an additional layer. With that roll, I have no other better way to say it. There is shame. He's having a hard time making direct eye contact with any of you for too long.
Wow.
He kept us in the dark a lot.
The dynasty became aware of the Empire suddenly sending more and more individuals and interests to Isocross a ways back, especially when Balin Post was incited here. And so Vermus was sent northward, which is a mobile, ocean-based city, if you will. A collection of ships that can link up together to form a small city at sea.
Oh, wow.
It is a bit to the west here off the coast. That is how I originally approached Isocross. As to come here blind without experience via teleportation is serious folly. Scouts from that outpost first set up this region here, and for a time being we're holding up. But there are dynasty missionary efforts out this way, and meeting with Empire usually ends in bloodshed, so we have to keep careful, hence the guard around. And there have been instances in which some of our delving crews have also encountered Empire interests within the ruins themselves, or whatever else lives beneath. And there are many things, both that have taken up home within the ruins below, or things that still strangely survive from this time a millennia ago, that stalk the lightless tunnels beneath.
We killed a giant baby.
Lots of arms.
It's not just
So
a
many.
baby. It was a bit more than that.
It was giant.
It was, and also other things besides a baby.
It had no butt.
Mostly baby.
And to, as your question earlier was asked, yes, I am interested here. How would I not be? There have been, in some of the early excavations, I don't know if you've encountered these as well, but there has been some iconography and some recovered notations of the Aeoran society that resemble a Luxon beacon. Things that resemble toying with Dunamis before we were even established. So think of
What?
the possibilities of if Aeor at the time was unlocking the possibilities of Dunamancy before we even began to develop it ourselves, that would be an immense boon to the dynasty.
What? I mean, we've seen some of the ruins, and it seemed like a very alien sort of society. Did we see any evidence of Luxon or fate stuff?
We don't know Luxon well enough, I don't think.
You didn't encounter anything that caught your eye in that way.
What evidence did you see, Essek?
Similar symbols of, and you see he kind of rolls his fingers and you see he sends a very simple minor illusion of the dodecahedron, the beacon.
Counterspell.
Well, that's not very sportsmanlike. Of the beacon there. It says that there has been some writing that we've uncovered that is of a beacon's design, as well as discussions of magic in similar realms of what I myself study.
The beacon's design, as in these things were made by man? I thought they were gifted by a god or something.
I do not believe that they are made by anyone but the Luxon. They are of the Luxon, but they've been around since the Luxon's been in Exandria, which is the beginning. So it is possible that there may be one or more beacons that they uncovered long before we did. And if that's the case, that brings the dynasty that much closer to bringing the Luxon together. So this is very much important. And these are only recent findings.
Oh, Essek. We have so much to catch you up on.
Where to even begin? Does it start with we were fucking about on a volcano, or...
It's also like, where does it potentially connect and where does it not?
Yeah. I guess we as a group have to decide, are we just going to spill
Give it
all the beans?
Well, something...
We love this guy, right? He's great. Even though he's done shitty things, just like
pretend
us.
He's done some real shitty things.
Pretend
We
like
have
you're not
to.
listening.
It's okay.
There's no one here who hasn't. There's no one here who isn't a little embarrassed by something.
War crimes,
Regardless, something is going to happen here. Potentially, soon. Something large.
Your sabbatical is over.
So, long time ago, before the city crashed, there was this group called the Somnova. And they were, like... They thought they were smarter than everyone else, right?
Yeah.
And they figured out what was happening, and they decided to save their section of the city. They said they were going to send it away to make it safe.
The Cognosa Ward.
Yes.
I've read of such a place in...
So they succeeded, but what they ended up doing was sending that portion of the city to the Astral Sea. I think. And this city has been there for 1,000 years, becoming something completely different. It's alive, it's tortured, it's just pure hatred and evil and has no desire but to devour everything.
We have seen it. All of us, in vision.
Seen us.
This whole time, I am deeply staring at every twitch that happens in his face.
Not very subtly.
Make an insight check. As we progress.
That's an 18, so 27.
Okay. He's listening intently still.
There's a group of people, the Tomb Takers, who desire to bring this portion of the city back to Exandria.
For what purpose?
They've been driven mad.
They want to join.
And they want to bring the madness. It's just madness.
Power?
It's got a hold of...
The voices can reach you. I don't know as well as Bo and Caleb what that is like, but...
Are we going to put everything on the table?
Not that part.
our understanding of this is rudimentary at best. But these tomb takers, this purple one we have mentioned, believes that he can achieve all his dreams if he brings this city of dreamers back into the world, we think. Anyway, we have been at odds with them for the past few weeks here in Iselcross, running around.
They're seeking large crests. That's one of the things we sent away.
These large gems that we believe were part of the construction of the city of Aeor.
Threshold crests, you mean?
Yes.
Our best guess is that they will be used to somehow
Bring the city
open
back.
a door. Yeah.
Have you heard anything about the 9 eyes?
Do not, but from what you say, this city of dreams is a malevolent force, and they seek to bring it back. That is a dire warning. So you're reading him on this. He's intently listening, and seems to be genuinely disturbed by the information that he's received.
Okay.
He's taking it in. He's very controlled, like he's used to listening and kind of, his demeanor since you met him has been very constructed. It is very much an element that he instinctually puts forward, but even in that space you could see him being very contemplative and trying to just take it all in and nod.
We wouldn't have brought this to you if we didn't have to, and not for a lack of trust. You are a friend, but we understand how these sorts of problems weigh on you particularly. And
he puts his hand up. I've spent so much of my life focused on myself. My climb, all of my selfish needs. I've never really been trusted, and so I did not trust, and I never let anyone close. I have been clouded in my judgment many times, through a lot of my life. When you gave me trust, it gave me a perspective that was so agonizingly striking. So easy to see that I refused to acknowledge it at first, even. I would be lying if I said that our paths crossing hasn't shaken me to the core. And I am appreciative.
I'll inside check that.
Go for it. Hard to read. And I'm thankful for this perspective. But you do not owe me trust for what I have done.
No, we definitely don't. And we still don't really
Good.
trust you.
Good.
But maybe
Jester does.
we have a chance for you to do something good for your home instead of hurt it. Something is going to happen here. We don't know what. Something almost definitely bad. Do you want to aid us here with these people coming to do what they're going to do?
Whether or not I help you, there is a reckoning that will find me soon enough. I know that I exist on borrowed time. My short-sightedness has had far-reaching impacts that my selfishness prevented me from seeing. So whatever I can do with the time that I do have, I will try. I am responsible for the people at this outpost, but I also wish to help. In whatever way I can.
If we succeed and we all, destroy the tomb takers, and Essek helps us, and the world is saved. Maybe we can take Essek with us and use that spell that you used on Veth, and then we can change Essek into something else so that the assassins can't find him and he'll live safely wherever he goes.
That won't really help with the inside.
You see him kind of smile, and since you've been here, Essek still, while challenged to hold eye contact with most of you, cannot make eye contact with Caleb. But as Caleb says that, the head sinks a bit, with a nod. I appreciate the insinuation. Anyway. What can I do to help? Who else knows this? What?
You know this. Some members within the Cobalt Soul, but not enough.
We originally came here in the company of, well, oh boy.
Oh, has Dagon arrived?
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Hey, you should tell your guards, if he hasn't already arrived, if a man comes in on wheels, don't kill him.
Very well. At that point, you start hearing some loud whistles outside. And all of a sudden, you hear some other shouts.
Ow! Hey, we just killed a guy on wheels!
As it kind of leans forward, and the door opens on its own, and he kind of rushes out. Oh no. And you see him glide out into the open space.
We're going right after him.
Hey, Woods. No.
You all dart out, and in the middle of the street, you can see there's a number of guards that have their weapons up, and there off to the side, you see Dagon there, cloak up, an Aurora Watch soldier in his lap with his arm around the back of his shoulder.
Shit.
And he's just holding up this letter and saying, I told you I was sent here by a friend.
Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot, he's with us! Sorry, communication.
Essek puts his hands up well and says, let the man go, it's all right. One of the soldiers goes, what strange figures coming in today. And Dagon lets go of the guard and kind of like gives him a shove off to the side. He stumbles a bit and rights himself and goes, all right, y'all need to tighten up the outside here, because it wasn't hard for me to get in here. It's not going to be hard for others. And you see some of the other Aurora Watch get a little like frustrated at the connotation.
Essek,
Not wrong.
I don't expect this
listen,
to happen, but if a Yeti named Gastov shows up, also let him through. Just throwing that out there, too.
4 or 5 of the guards turn their heads at once, and Essek goes, be mindful of the Yetis as well, but
Any Yeti's probably okay. Okay.
do not listen. Dagon goes, well, I came here to deliver a letter, but it seems you beat me here.
Things got difficult.
Glad to see you alive.
Fair enough, you as well, well. I take it you're the individual, Dagon under Thorn. We've only been through here a few times, but I don't think we have met. Some of the soldiers kind of look around and Essek goes, well, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mutual friends makes us friends for now.
Dagon, because you were behind us, did you manage to keep an eye on, I don't know, the 5 members of the party that was in hot pursuit?
I went on the path you told me.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
Bit of a snowstorm, man, to keep my nose to the grindstone to get out here in time. So no, sorry.
Essek, as a bit of warning, the northwestern corner of Aeor, this group that we've told you is on their way, they're meaning to exploit a hidden entrance into the city. Northwestern corner. We don't know where it is, but if you have a scouting party or a perimeter guard that might stock up or see about that area, it could be of benefit.
I'll task a crew to go ahead and look for it. I do not recall, at least within my knowledge, of such a place, but I'm certain there are many hidden entrances to the ruins all over that place. I'll do my best.
We should have a week by our estimates, but we've been wrong before.
They are very creative.
And do you have detailed maps that we could take a look at about, once you get down into Aeor,
where the ruins...
Down there.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't know what's down there.
No, there's quite a bit down there. I've only been in myself a bit, but we can go over that. I take it this individual is indeed a friend, or at least under your employ.
Yes.
Oh,
Very much
Dagon?
so.
Yes, 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 yes.
And you are to be staying how long? And Dagon goes,
Oh, shit.
Well, I was just here to relay a message. I can head back.
You know who we're expecting, so if you want to stay and help with that, we would be...
You know, Essek,
Yeah, if you're paying enough.
he's
I
a
mean,
fantastic hand. He is, however, quite expensive, but I assure you, for the dynasty, it would be an investment well spent.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm good at those.
Come on, come on.
Basement.
19.
Yeah.
Total of 19, or you're rolling
Total of 19, yeah.
Total of 19? Essek kind of scratches his chin and looks over to one of the more well-armored individuals.
speak with this individual, this Mr. Underthorn, and test his skills a bit, see if perhaps there is use for another mercenary on the payroll. I take it you are not affiliated with any specific political interests? And it kind of gives a really tight, intense look onto Dagon, and Dagon goes, "Look, friend, I'll roll wherever they pay me."
Awesome. He goes,
He's the best.
"Very well." Kind of, at least you watch the other kind of more, you can already tell this is kind of one of the local captains or somebody of some authority here that ends up taking Dagon off, and they begin discussing. As it turns back to you, the rest of you.
So, yes, there is a matter of looking into these ruins. You say you have some time before these individuals come and chase you down?
Hopefully. I think they're probably going to go to another ruin first.
We can share what we know. Your brain will be of extreme use in this situation.
Extreme.
Very well.
Can we
Tell
get
you
back?
more about- You go ahead, Beauregard.
Just wanted to get out of the thoroughfare, get back into a quiet spot.
Indeed, follow me.
Thank you.
You all head back into his chambers. The door closes.
Caleb.
Yes?
I'll also say there's... Oh.
Caleb, you should get naked.
What?
To do for...
You should show him.
Oh.
You're talking about...
Do we know about your diary, by the way?
His dick.
Do we know that you...
You won't?
This is a very small room.
We've all seen it.
It's above average.
What are we talking about?
I'm losing track.
What are we talking about?
It's entirely... Well...
Let's reset.
This is important.
Let's reset.
Bo can show us too.
Let's return
Well,
to let's return to
Some notes.
the purple one.
Reset.
Okay.
So, this individual goes by the name of Lucian. We traveled with him in the past. He was a different person at that time. Hard to explain.
It's almost like the beacons, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes. One soul can jump from one body to another.
Yeah.
There's always been a striking resemblance, but something bastardized about it. Doesn't feel as charming or as warm or as welcoming.
This individual, there are so many things to talk about. One, he makes all things magical wilt like a flower in flame. You need to be very careful. You need to stay spaced out when you are dealing with he and his cohorts if you run into them. Do not clump up.
He can see through illusions. He can
see just
distance.
About anything.
He doesn't sleep.
He doesn't sleep.
You drained the life force out of me.
He says he dreams while he's awake.
He can be blinded, many of us.
So, we've been... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we relay all the effects.
Yeah,
that
Right.
Damage, etc.
He's getting noticeably more and more anxious with each progressive element you stack onto the description of this dangerous entity.
And this Lucian is just a pawn in releasing this Aeor
call
Somnovum.
calls himself the Nonagon.
Connected to the Somnovum somehow,
Yes.
empowered by them, and also granted powers by the knowledge of them that manifest in eyes tattooed across his body that have...
Then you feel confident that this is not beyond you.
Oh.
Or us.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's beyond us.
That's
yeah.
why we're here. We need your help.
No idea.
Unless
I do not know if I could offer enough help that you need.
So powerful.
No, to be clear, you are as fucked as we are. Let's be clear. Numbers help. Preparation helps. Distance helps.
And the element of... we're on defense now, right? If we get into Aeor,
Yes.
possibly even find their secret entrance,
Correct.
we could set up some sort of perimeter or defensive...
Do you know where they're going within these ruins?
I'm assuming they're going to where, what was it called? The city area?
Oh, well, that area is gone.
Yeah, but
Where
generally.
would have been the Cognosa ward?
Yeah.
They needed 2 lodestones, 2 of which we've recovered from previous archaeological sites. We got rid of 1, so they're going to receive a second now from another. On a map, I could show you. They took ours.
They took a lot of our stuff. They stole our bags.
We're assuming they need at least the 2, possibly a third, located here or more to summon this living city.
You had
Well, threshold crests are... There is a ritualistic binding of such objects to a location. They are rare, and they are generally relics from long ago. Those that exist still have largely been broken and separated across Exandria, but to have ones that were originally within Aeor were meant to translocate the city throughout Exandria.
Oh boy.
But they must be bound to something to bring it through. It is not used to open a portal or a doorway of some kind.
You're saying there's a physical structure or location.
Meaning if they are going to use these to bring the city back, they have to bring these stones to the city first.
Okay.
And that means if they are trying to bring these stones to the city, they're looking for something within these ruins that'll bring them to it. It could be where this other district is no longer, or it could be something else in the ruins that is just a powerful means of traversing to the astral plane, like you say. If we do not have this information, we're shooting in the dark.
Do you have anyone on your side that has done extensive explorations of the ruins?
Extensive means but a portion. I'm telling you, there are miles and miles and miles of ruins below us, and only but a small percentage has been even remotely charted.
I got what you said the first time. I just want to make sure Veth has it. You're saying that it sounds as if they are trying to take themselves to the city rather than bringing the city here.
Correct. They want to carry a couple of these stones.
To take the stones to it, to then use the stones to bring it back. If that is their ultimate purpose, the stones cannot open a doorway. They can just anchor something and pull it through. Such cities as like Singorn in Taldore use this to traverse the plains. In a similar way, this would have to take the stones to the city to bring it back.
And you don't know.
How the fuck do you get to the astral sea?
Well,
We've
did.
done it.
On purpose?
Kind
got
yeah,
sent
we've
there?
We
sent
walked
things
through
there
a
on
mouth
purpose.
and got there.
Yeah, accidentally.
We banished
We
banished a creature to the astral sea.
But Lucian
randomly.
I have the ability to shift to another plane.
And I'm certain there are a number of locations within these ruins that at least at one point did the same purpose. It's just finding one or numerous of these specific locations within the ruins that are still capable of doing this.
Which means we can either dig around here till we find one, or you can bring us to a random location in a very random place.
Well,
that seems very bad.
I feel like we need more information, or we need more help. More knowledgeable individuals.
Who would know something about it?
You know who would know something about
I cannot go back to the
What?
dynasty,
Who? What
and
were you gonna
I respectfully, for the time being, can say that there are I am worried that my influence is limited.
Sure.
You're getting boxed out by the Bright Queen?
Well, there are rumors within the dynasty that someone has been working with the Empire from within, and tensions are high between the houses. And to be honest, my involvement with all of you and some previous studies and connections has me on the list of possible inquiries. And of all those on that list, the only one I know to truly be the one they're seeking for is myself, so.
Well, if we do this right, you might get in better standing.
Could be a hero.
That's a little consolation, I'm sorry. You
No.
have a shit situation.
I put myself here. There is no one to blame but myself. But I appreciate that.
What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say we could ask Vess, but she's got taken.
Yes, but there might be someone else on the
Taldori Council.
on the Empire side that we're not thinking of, or I don't think Vess confided in anyone, but
Where did we put Halas's body? Is he also in the bag of holding?
No.
Halas is in the folding halls.
Yeah.
In
Correct.
the prison.
Yeah, I accidentally forgot that part, and we briefly roleplayed incinerating the body, but going back into actual lore elements, the body was left in the halls.
We dumped him in the prison there.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we left him there, right?
but like
Where Not died.
We have the
briefly.
We have the
That's where
Cobalt
we're
Soul. We have Allura.
if these Luxon beacons are somehow related to the city, to the Som Novum, then it stands to reason that the folks in the Empire who have done the most study of the Luxon beacons might know something about this place and where to find them here. I'm talking about like Trent. Yeah.
You want us to go to the worst people?
No, I want us to go to the people who know him closest.
Yep.
Eudwulf and Astrid.
There is a very visceral reaction when you mention Trent in Essek's face. Kind of a...
We know.
Yeah, he's the worst, isn't he?
I mean, unless you... Are you friends with him or something?
Your dealings with him.
We have had dealings, yes.
Like...
It
back
was
channels?
Trent.
Back channels?
It was Trent!
I mean, I figured it out, but for Ford's benefit, can you just explain your relationship to Trent?
Briefly, Ludinus was my main contact in the delivery of the beacon and the sharing of information. But at times in which Ludinus was not available, Trent was sent as his envoy. And if you think I'm not worth trusting, do not trust anyone of the assembly, but definitely not Ickathon.
Oh yeah, we're with you on that one.
Ludinus is still alive, correct?
Yeah.
Trent is still alive.
Yeah.
Is anyone not alive?
I mean...
Oh, should I have not told him?
No, we need to. That's important.
I think it's
information.
okay because Ludinus and Vess hated each
What's
other.
happened to Vesterogna?
Vesterogna was killed by Lucian by himself, with
Sort of on
barely
our
lifting a
watch.
finger.
While we slept.
Yeah.
It happened
He
real
snuck
fast.
into her room while we were...
Happened bacon.
See him getting real nervous now. He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, shit's bad.
So,
We had her body until
So,
we stole it.
We're here now, so you can't get out of this. They're coming for you
I
now.
apologize
We're
for
like 6
my
shots of
nerves.
tequila in.
So,
Said one.
is that cocoa done?
Feels like a long time for the
Could I
cocoa.
please? Do you have any cocoa?
Do I? God, it's been a
You
while.
want some whiskey in that cocoa?
Certainly.
Okay.
Actually,
I
has the
take
cocoa
out.
been delivered yet?
You can go and check outside.
I'll go find. Oh, yeah.
Somebody's knocking on the silent
Right,
door.
we'll save for the second at that point. Someone's like, cocoa? Thanks.
Put up here for 20 minutes.
And Jason goes, so So, you were traveling with a member of the assembly who was then killed in your presence, whose body you lost, who was last known to be in your proximity.
For a while.
And you've then come to me.
We're aware.
But we left a real good note that said she was,
He starts looking around the room real nervously, like glancing out. You see him like put his hand across the way, his eyes flash for a second, he's just glancing around the chamber.
Do you see any little orbs? Because Lucien spies on us a lot.
I've done that already. We're okay. We've been doing it since
She was part of the
He
cult.
just chugs the whiskey chocolate.
She was also part of the Nonagon cult.
And she is with Lucian now.
I mean, Essek, you
Covered in
already
that mark.
said that you are nervous that threads are going to lead back to you, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Oh.
Essek, do you have any knowledge with the beacons? Is there any way to pull a soul out of the body that's been sent into it?
In what way?
You know how the beacon keeps the souls, and then when the people are born, it gets sent into someone else, right?
Yes.
Is there a way to pull that soul back out?
I mean, only through such magic as very powerful resurrection types. Far from my understanding. Why?
Well, Lucien said that he became the Nonagon. He read a book, and it opened up this pathway in his mind, and the Nonagon overtook him, right? He was killed and born again as our friend Molly, who was with us for a while. Molly died, and then Lucien's fellow tomb takers found him and brought him back to life. I know it's very complicated. But they brought the soul back into the body. If we can get it back out, then he'll lose his power. Then they'll have to find someone else to be the Nonagon. I don't know.
So you're asking if it's possible to pull the soul out of Lucien?
Yes.
Not in the way that I know beyond the old-fashioned way.
Or
the new
pulling the soul out of just the form if it's still somewhere dormant inside of Lucian. Not him, but someone else.
It's possible.
What if when we kill Lucien, we have to have a beacon right by it so the soul gets sucked into the beacon and then he'll be trapped in there?
Well, the beacon only pulls souls that have been consecrated.
We don't know.
Could have been.
He could have been. We don't know.
I wonder.
It's been around a long time.
We've been talking a long time about these, all of these people in the city, these voices, millions of voices. And as we traverse these ruins, we've also seen many people frozen in some sort of stasis, almost like Vess in my little ball of ember. And there are many similarities between the architecture and structures that we have seen and the geometric, the mathematical qualities of your artifacts. I wonder if these beacons are some sort of device that either saved the people of Aeor in that terrible moment, and they are now living in consecuted people today? Or these millions of voices crying out in the astral sea?
Have homes that they're coming to. They're going to bring the city back alive and mad.
If these beacons are of an earlier time, and they are very advanced, obviously, far more advanced than we are from all that time ago. Maybe there was some sort of fail-safe for their people. And then they were dug up. And the dynasty rose.
It is an interesting idea, though I would caution to keep it close to the chest. such conversations might be considered sacrilege in some circles of the dynasty. So just...
What do you think?
I think there are a great many mysteries still with these beacons in their beginning. There is too much showing the Luxon's presence for me to deny any sort of connotation or connection, though I do not necessarily buy into the ideas of its divinity, or at least the religious constructs around it. I would... What I do know is that there are many powerful sites within these ruins. And I'd be curious to see what a beacon could accomplish in these spaces. And he, for the first time, really starts making eye contact with you and says, if such an object were to be found and channeled and unlocked in ways that we have not even possibly considered, think of the possibilities of how we could manipulate the fabric of time. Not just forwards.
What was that last bit?
Not just forwards. The ability to perhaps undo mistakes. But regardless, you likely have the eyes of the Assembly upon you, and whether or not you meant to have brought them uncomfortably close to myself. Is it possible to put some distance between us for just a time?
How much time?
As much time as you need to prepare for whatever it is you're doing, and for myself to prepare for what I could possibly help with.
You want us to go somewhere, or...?
Or I could leave.
Are you talking about this outpost, or just a different section of it?
I don't know.
You can have your space, if that's what you need.
I understand. We're going to have to make some very uncomfortable...
Leave.
If we are going to go into these ruins, I feel like we should not be close together until we're ready to delve. Because any time we spend between, in proximity, means that either one of us is drawing danger to the other.
How dangerous would it be to make our home out here?
Well, I can't make that home.
Okay.
Today. But maybe we access some provisions, restock our supplies, and
Can we at least
depart
sleep
our
for the
ways. Is that what you would prefer?
I should not leave this outpost. I have responsibilities here and people that rely on me.
Can we stay for the night?
Yes, of course you can stay for the night. I apologize. I'm just... And he looks genuinely mournful. He's like, I apologize. I am genuinely happy to see you.
I wouldn't be. Woof.
I worry we bring a lot of danger upon each other. So I have no reservations with helping you, and I'm happy to go into these ruins at your side. But until we cross that threshold, we are both targets.
Well, it's fine. We've been living in a constant state of fear and death for, I don't know, as long as I can remember. Before you leave, though, on your side in the dynasty, if it's not the Bright Queen, I would ask one or two contacts that perhaps you do trust or do have some credit with. It would be nice to be able to answer some of these questions. I think we'll be making a list of people that we'll be checking in with before we delve, as you say.
I fear my brother is stationed in Bazzoxan. It's too far from Rosohna.
Brother? Did we know you had a brother?
Yes,
we did.
So?
We do know.
But I don't know if much help he would be in. He's too far from such places.
And if they're not immediately available, at least as someone that we can use as a resource for.
Star Guide Uriah Hythinos, perhaps. A goblin friend of mine, I believe they spoke to you when I was unable to reach out that day.
Oh, yes.
They have returned to Rosohna to deliver reports. Asking around, they would be somebody I trust, one of the few.
Okay.
This is good, Coco, thank you.
It's poisoned.
I sprinkled the dust of deliciousness into that.
And I put sovereign glue in it.
And absinthe. And yogurt.
It's a lot, I know, especially all in one sitting. But look at it this way. It'll take your mind off things for a bit. One terrible danger totally replaced by another eminent one.
You certainly carve a unique destiny, don't you? I apologize. My mind is a complicated swim these days. I'm sorry for a lot. A lot. I mean, do as you will. I cannot tell you what to do. But
We'll give some distance.
But when you're ready, come find me. I'll be here. Maybe gather what resources you can. Other friends, perhaps. If we're going to trek into the heart of these ruins, in hopes of waylaying or stopping this Nonagon from bringing this nightmare over, we're going to need all the help we can get.
Thank you, Essek.
Thank you.
Let's head out and figure our next move.
Well, that has been a pleasurable experience. Thank you so much for coming by. The door opens up and the guard on the other side kind of turns. But yes, please take of our provisions, rest for the night, and continue your journey as necessary.
Oh, okay.
Should you need anything else, you know where to find me.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The door closes behind you.
No, I catch him by the forearm, last one out, and say, just breathe. Just breathe that fresh air, mindful of the people about. Time. Time. Not weeks, not years. It takes time.
Indeed.
You may be under scrutiny.
Why are you so angry? Does tone translate?
Why is she so mad at me?
Let her Shatner.
Ikitong could know about our involvement with you. He could be coming. Maybe he can help. Though. Where are you now?
I like to imagine he dropped his coffee as soon as that hit him.
You are under scrutiny.
The response comes rapidly.
Volume down.
This is challenging tidings. Then I cannot stay here long. I am at the outpost. If you still need my help, we should leave soon. Soon. And that's all you get.
So we're like less than a day away. We'll be there pretty soon. How are you holding up? Don't freak out. Are you preparing for our big battle, though? Woo!
I have increased the guard, awaiting for your arrival. We have a lot to discuss. But the sight of you will be welcome. Hurry and be safe. You are led to the familiar exterior of Essek's chambers, and as you approach, the door kind of opens on its own. You step inside, and you can see there, pacing back and forth, or would be pacing if he wasn't floating, gliding back and forth. Essek turns. Friends, please, enter. I've got it from here. Thank you. As you all enter, the door closes behind as he kind of curls his hand towards him. And this other hand, he drifts out a chair, scooches forward, and he drifts down into the chair, kind of one leg crossed over the other. I'm glad you have traveled here safely. It is good to see your faces. So, what is the word?
Are we in the chamber that had the invisible guards, or are we in his private chambers?
No, you were in the chamber that has the invisible guards.
I'm going to walk up and just place a hand on his shoulder. It's good to see you as well. Is his shoulder his?
It is.
May we speak freely here?
Is there something that should not be shared? Any of you speak Undercommon?
Yep.
You hear Essek say, "Give me 10 minutes, please."
Yep. Oh, right, not to us.
And you watch as two perched guards step out of the shadows nearby, descend and exit the chamber. It closes. He kind of waits a moment. Now we can speak freely.
Well, things are considerably more complicated than when we left you, I'm afraid.
This is my look of surprise. Oh, please explain these complications to me.
So,
Oh,
yes,
oh,
go.
we have an extra. Oh, I'm gonna pull out the extra necklace. Put it on. This'll keep you from being scryed on.
His eyes kind of flash in a familiar way that you've seen whenever Caleb has looked over a sort of magical item and... Wonderful, thank you. And he goes and kind of places it over his neck and tucks it within his mantle. I'll get to that in a bit. What else?
Now, that may be useful in the days ahead of us. However, some damage may already have been done. In an effort to hide ourselves from the prying eyes of our adversary here in Islecross, we traveled back to some of our homeland and acquired quite a few of those for us. We wanted to take ourselves off the grid. However, we had run-ins with my folk, Ikathon and his protégés. So we risked much to get these, but in doing so there was a confrontation. And I am fairly certain, because of his past dealings with you, and my use of things I have learned with you and from my own noodling, that he has put two and two together, and I'm sorry, Essek. I think that he may have got wise to you, so there is a very real chance that he has been...
On that note, summon the sword, cast see invisibility.
Watching you already.
You feel pretty safe at the moment.
Those prying eyes are at least not here at the moment.
Not at the moment. So what does that mean? That means we are still on a ticking clock. We still need to keep moving. We would still be very grateful for your aid if you wish to give it to us. But we have to assume that Trent and his closest, they could be showing up soon. And we had the prickly idea, since we are facing something so large and potentially beyond all of us, even you, that in these circumstances, perhaps we should be negotiating an alliance.
A temporary one. You know.
It does solve a couple problems. If he's involved, then it's not just you working with him, it's him working with you. It muddies the water for any information he feels the need to spill. And do we have those crystals?
I do wish it was that simple. I mean, I've been expecting my choices to catch up to me. Maybe not as soon as I had hoped, but as this is. Regardless, it is not safe for me to remain in this outpost. My presence here puts everyone else in danger, let alone myself. As this is not an unknown location, at least its existence. It would be safe for me to travel with you into this ruin, which I was preparing for. I do not trust working with that man.
No.
I understand if you need to, but I do not think that I could be part of that.
Oh, wow.
I can find a place to go. I am capable of being separate when I need to be. And I understand if you find the capabilities of a member of the Assembly more useful given the dangers you face. And the choice is yours.
Essek, we don't trust him either. The question is, one, do you trust us? And two, what we are talking about could potentially leave your home and mine in ashes. You've committed sins in your home. So have I. You talked about wanting to make up for them. If the appropriate amount of ability and skill is not wrought against this enemy, it could spread across every inch of the world we know. I understand this is unpalatable. My question to you is, do you want to protect your home?
He leans back. I do, but I do not... do not think you seek the right kind of aid. Not with this man. You mentioned that one of the assembly already fell into the spell of whatever this thing is. Right? This cognosa.
True.
Then why should someone as entrenched, as selfish, as dubious as Ikathon not wait to the right moment to take it for himself?
He may very well do so. And we are prepared to deal with that.
Are you?
Yeah. And your judgment of him... Yes, he's corrupt. You and I know. Temptation is very real. And your estimation of us is very good, but it is not as perfect as you think it is. And I pull off my coat and pull clothes down and show him the eye on my right shoulder.
His eyes narrow as he looks and peers towards it with a curiosity and a worry. His brow furrows immediately.
I want to check one thing. Is there even a hint of recognition?
Let me make a perception check. Or sorry, an insight check.
Good question.
Fucking insight. No, I'm good. 24.
24. Recognition wouldn't be what I'd say. Just unexpected processing.
Okay.
Ford, we're still good in here?
Anything new? Good.
I propose a side venture. In the middle of all of this is to rid this world of that man, as circumstance provides.
So this alliance you promote is intended to be a trap for him.
It's a perk. If we fail in the coming days, none of this even matters, this conversation we're having. If we succeed, both our homes still have their struggles with each other, their faults, their flaws. And he is a flaw from our home.
Make a persuasion check.
That dice.
Meteorite.
It failed you. It betrayed you in
Dunamantic
this
die?
vital moment.
It's super betrayed.
What?
Wow. Wow.
Shit.
It is real.
Essek thinks it over for a minute in quiet silence.
Wow.
Good squeeze.
Burn it.
I understand what you are proposing, and I see the logic in it. I do. But if I am to be honest, I am jealous of the bravery and confidence you have in such things. I am still a coward.
Coward? You have dared much.
I have done everything for myself. And when any of it came to bear, I have done everything I can to hide and flee. I am more than happy to go and put my life on the line for this cause. But there is something about that man and what he could bring upon me and those he... He may very well be coming anyway. But if you want to work with him, I may have to work independently. Maybe follow. I fear I would make this messier than you need to make it work. Does that make sense? I'm not saying I leave you alone, but we would have to work separately.
Yes, of course. Of course it makes sense. There's no good answer to any of this.
Absolutely.
We don't want you to be uneasy or unsettled. There'll be plenty of that to come. You must understand that we are trying to gather every able hand and...
Of course, I see the import of that. I just know that I've also survived this long, weaving the intricacies of deceit like I have by knowing how best to keep myself out of the complications as best as I can. If you wish to work with him directly, I will not stop you. And I will help where I can, but it may be at a distance.
Maybe he's got a point. Maybe Trent is more complicated than what it's worth across the board.
Choice to make.
Yes.
Because Trent brings power and probably numbers. But of course he is untrustworthy, we all know that.
Is there a way to find out if he actually is following us here, if he knows where we are? If we can find out if he's coming anyway, that certainly changes the territory.
I could send a message to Astrid. Tell her to cough if they're following us.
Oh, also I have a strange request. Would you mind terribly taking off your shirt?
Excuse me?
Well, what's the word? Gotten a bit paranoid, and I'd like to make sure that there's the correct number of eyeballs in this room, if you know what I mean.
Make a persuasion check.
That's your strong suit.
I'll give him advantage and say, Essek, if you take your shirt off, all of us will.
21.
So you feel safe and comfortable.
I'll help that by taking off my glove, showing the back of my hand.
I've already taken off my shirt.
No! Essek is very like...
No!
If it puts you at ease and you watch as he kind of unsnaps some of the fasteners for his mantle and
He's got just like a
sets it
Ripley
off.
stripper outfit that's just like...
Dunamancy!
Sparkling stars.
Janie's got a gun.
Giant chest tattoo.
Full on Kill kills it. I love it.
Yeah.
No, he takes his mantle off and kind of pulls the sides of the robe away, and you can see he has like an undershirt. It's like a little sleeveless undershirt, or like a darker gray silk, and he begins to show like his arms and reveal. He's being modest with it, you know, kind of doing it in places, so he's not just like full on bearing it all here, but he's giving a fairly thorough kind of glance.
Back and head is a big one too.
He kind of drops it in the back a bit and shows his hair's pretty short in the back, so it's pretty easy to see.
I appreciate that.
Of course, I
We
understand.
all appreciate that, Essek.
This is a thing we're learning to do every day.
Fastens the mantle back on.
Well, we should prepare to at least explore the ruins shortly. We do have a decision to make on our end.
Of course. Do what you need to do to feel certain in your choices. Let me know one way or the other. I will aid you however I can regardless. It will just inform how close.
If we forego trying to negotiate with him, you come with us?
Of course, I was preparing to.
And is Dagon still around? Or he...
Dagon, along with a number of guard, have been sent to watch the outskirts of the entrance you had mentioned.
Thank you.
That's how girls do it, right?
I would, however, ask some semblance of haste, because the circumstances do put a time limit beyond just the individual you are racing, but the knowledge that Master Rikithon has. I'll be here if you need me. I'm going to begin to prepare for a journey either way.
Spend some time
Spend
with
a little
Ed.
time, yeah, with
Yes, I will do that as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we stay here for a little bit? Just finish our conversation?
Certainly. Of course. And he drifts out of his chair and kind of glides around and through the door and leaves you to your devices in the room.
Is there any reason for us to stay here, or should we go right now?
We should let Essek know that.
Who is it?
Yeah, hello.
It's Essek.
Oh,
come
hey,
in.
come in.
Come on in.
Come into your
Wait,
room.
we're naked.
The door opens, stops, and slowly opens. The door opens the rest of its way on its own. You see he's wearing like his heavy cloak with like the kind of like heavy fur trimmer on the side for the cold weather. Dope. He has a pouch that's kind of over his shoulder tucked underneath. He has an orb that's kind of affixed to his side that he kind of just lifts up and it drifts above his hand. And you watch as it kind of warms up a bit and kind of creates this radius of warmth around.
Ooh.
He goes, I have what I need. Are you all ready to go?
I think so.
As ready as we're going to be, yeah.
All right. Have you decided?
Yes, Essek, we are going to stick with you. We feel we can trust you more than my old teacher.
Also, that guy, he can't float.
You're not wrong. You see, like, when you say the word trust, it's simultaneously like seeing a small hit to the heart, and whatever icy bit that cracked kind of melts away for a minute. Like there's a moment of him hearing the word and letting it wash over him almost. I'm thankful for the trust you put in me, and I hope to make this up to you. Anyway, I'm glad that such discussions, shall we?
Yeah. Essek, do you still have men stationed at that entrance that we told you about before we left?
I do. I have 7 men and that Dagon.
Oh, cool.
Do they have the ability to communicate with you telepathically or send a message?
No, but I can send them a message.
When was the last time you checked in with them?
That would be this morning.
Oh, great. Everything okay?
So far, so good, yes.
But
they're growing a bit bored up there, but, you know, that's part of the job.
If there's any danger, there's no way of them reaching out to you, though.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
These men, are they fighters? Do they have arcane abilities as well?
They are not. Based on specifically what you told me, they are trained rangers, combatants, individuals that are now ready to use the environment to their advantage.
Okay. They're good at hiding?
Yeah.
They are extremely good at hiding.
Okay, that's
good.
good.
Have they been hiding while they patrol this, or have they been openly standing guard?
I would assume they have been hiding. That is what their specialty is.
And hiding by physical means, blending into their environment, not using. Good. That might help.
Hopefully will be enough. We're
Yeah.
dealing with
I don't
someone
think he
who's
has an
very good
eye
at
for that.
seeing.
They do have a means of communicating in an emergency. That would be, yes, a flare stone. But since they are not practitioners of magic, they do not have that capability.
No, that's good.
How far away is the entrance?
That's a part of a day's travel from here.
Oh, okay.
Let's see how the weather holds up, but we hope to, if we march on, a heavy march, we will arrive by or just past sundown. Otherwise, we will make camp and then arrive first thing in the morning.
Okay, let's go then.
Yes.
I'll need one more rest before anything happens, so that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. 29. You're almost fulfilling your number. And he drifts out into the cold, open air of the day. You're trekking through the snow, crunching beneath your boots. Everything at your side, you have a number of hours of travel. And even just a short distance out into it, Essek looks back and, glancing at the horizon towards the space you're headed, We are kind of out in the open, in a very clear day, against the white of the snow. If there is some way we could be a little more, not a beacon for dangerous creatures to find us, I could try and give us a form like the rangers of the outpost, with white cloaks to maybe blend in a bit, unless you have some other things to help
Alpine look?
I mean, I'm already wearing white, but
Fair enough.
I understand if you want to make everyone else do the same.
I'm all right with it.
Just wearing a lot of black against the white can be a
Yes,
bit
it's I
eye-catching.
stand out quite a bit.
Oh.
Yeah. I would take one.
Winter mode, activate.
Ching!
You're the one activating it. I can't.
I
just made sounds, didn't we?
You did, all of them.
And pose, hit a pose.
It takes a moment for me to cast the spell.
Okay, just say a little like.
And right as you finish that, he finishes casting the spell.
Oh, wait.
Essek, can you make mine look like it has just a little bee, like one teeny little bee, like right here?
The spell is already sent. I cannot make alterations. I am sorry.
Okay.
Can you burn another spell slot to redo it?
I certainly can.
No.
No.
Don't do that, Essek. I don't want you to waste the spell. Don't do it. Just don't.
Jester, it could be life or death.
do
We
it.
don't need
Don't
to
do it.
reverse psychology our ally.
Make a persuasion check.
This is not very good. 13.
No.
Five.
But he does mark that spell off there. All right.
Where are we going?
Oh, we're going to the entrance, yeah?
The the main entrance or the
secret entrance, the one that Lucian knows about. Speaking of Lucian,
Oh, my thing? Yeah. I forgot about the mark that he put on my chest.
What?
Wild. Yes. This is my fault. I say that now.
You, Ford, or Travis?
Both? Yes. We fought with Lucian, and when he struck me, there was a blood brand sigil that seared itself onto my chest, and I have a feeling that it allows him to, might be able to see where I am, or at least know my location. I should probably try and get it removed. We tried,
Essek.
but to no avail.
But you're so powerful.
You don't have to burn another spell slot. Or anything. You don't have to. I don't want you to have to.
Make a persuasion. He goes, I would assume that perhaps these devices that you acquired would be enough, but I do not also understand the ins and outs of strange blood magic like you say that they utilize. Hemocraft is something a bit beyond my realm of expertise. But I can certainly give it a shot.
Can we pretend? I mean, if we try to remove our clothes, does it still look like we're wearing? Could I be completely naked and still look like I'm wearing clothes?
Be very cold.
With the spell you just gave us?
You could.
Why would you want to?
No, I'm just saying, can you even see, can we show Essek the brand? Or
What do you mean, this?
Yeah, but it still looks like you're wearing a vest now.
It does. I can see vaguely through the illusion, knowing that it is an illusion.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I would not recommend you disrobing.
All right. I
No.
can put my clothes back on.
Don't disrobe. Don't do it.
Man, Isocrest got weird. He kind of, as you're all walking, as this conversation's happening, he drifts over in your direction and kind of glancing just past the barrier of the illusion, can see ever so faintly the dull orange glow of the sigil that's burned into your chest. He's going to attempt to dispel magic it.
Can
It's that easy?
Nope.
I can't guidance him or anything, can I?
For that, you could.
Can I say? Because I was gonna say, and then I was like, does that work on this?
It might.
I'm gonna try to guidance you.
Okay, well, the first one failed.
Okay.
And he goes, you watch as he waves his hands, and there's a little bit of that soft impact, like a warm wind just kind of taps your chest. And he goes,
Guidance.
okay, he's going to attempt it again.
No.
Oh.
Oh no, Essek.
He goes, I could continue to try.
No. You've been most gracious. I'm sure it's no big deal. Besides, we need you at semi-full strength now for anything that may show up. If for some reason we encounter no sort of trouble or dangers tonight, perhaps before we all rest and maybe we can try again.
I understand. I'm just, if we are certain that this seal of Hemocraft is protected by this magic, then there is no need to worry. But if our whole idea is to sneak from this individual and not be, well...
What kind of magic are you doing to try to break it?
I'm attempting to dispel it. And it is receptive, but maybe it is indeed my lack of experience with Hemocraft, but I'm not... I could attempt a more powerful...
I could try it again. I'm going to try it again.
Guide yourself.
I can't guide myself.
I can guide you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're attempting to...
Should I try it? I wish... Can I ask Essek how powerful his dispel is? What are you trying it at? Like, were you doing it at 3rd level?
I was doing it to the basic level.
Okay, I'm going to try 1 level up then.
All right.
Can you see? Is it gone?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Can you see your dress?
Look up.
I can't see it.
It's gone. You did well.
Thank you. Resume sneak.
Indeed. I would like everybody to make... Slowly following Caduceus, of course, is the one with memory of the direction to keep on this. Essek reminds you along this journey. We did send a group of rangers, as well as this Dagon fellow that you brought to our attention in that direction to keep perimeter. So keep an eye out. We, at least in this guise, will not surprise them.
Have you yourself ever been this far out or anywhere near where we're going?
I have not been this far. Most of our goings-on stick close to the outpost, both for defensible purposes and, well, trying not to overlap with other not as kind excavation efforts. Well, I take it was not a success?
It was not, Essek. It was not.
No, that is unfortunate. Shall we continue?
Yes.
Different directions?
Yeah, it doesn't seem
the other
to be
direction.
this
Show me your best
okay.
snowman. Show me your best snowman impression.
I've only seen like a few. I've only seen the ones you made anyway. But
it's good. I think we'll be all right.
Hey, no, their faces looked better than that.
I'm trying to. It's got
Smile. Smile. There you go.
All right, we keep going.
I'm not going to lie.
You look like me.
Traveling with you is not quite what I was expecting.
We get that a lot.
We try to keep it light. It can
Been
get
on the
dark
road
really
for a long time.
Speaking of dumb, we are real dumb.
I'm appreciating the levity.
On we go.
So, continuing onward.
We have any way of contacting the guards to let them know that we're almost here?
I can reach out to them if you'd like.
The ones back at home base?
No, the ones that are about to run into.
There you go. Dagon.
Dagon?
Dagon.
Would you like me to reach out to my ranger contact or to Dagon, or shall you?
Oh, I can do it. Oh, you can do it.
Very well. He closes his eyes for a second. You watch as he brings his hands together and seems to pluck from the central place. And as he does, this long thread of slightly waving, kind of black-purple energy comes out into a thin line. And as he holds it there, he says, "My friends, the Mighty Nine and myself are quickly arriving upon the entrance. Please, make yourselves known shortly." And as he speaks, you can see the line kind of wiggling like it's actually picking up a wave of his voice and transitioning it through his sending spell. This is how he does it. Before he releases the tethers on the sides and they fade away like a spider thread on the wind.
I'll watch them.
Ours is like the Mud Road Drifter version. Got a bit of copper wire here. Hey, I got some natty lights. I'm headed your way.
Natty light. 30 keys.
Trucker Mage is my favorite archetype of D&D character.
pretty good.
But you were doing sending. You were
Arcane
doing.
catheter.
You weren't doing message. You were doing sending.
That was sending.
Okay.
Boy. Can't believe I caught that.
Oh.
Very well. Keep your eyes peeled. There should be a notification. At that moment, you see Caduceus, Beauregard, and Caleb. What looks to be some sort of projectile kind of fly up into the air in the direction you guys were traveling. It arcs upward, and behind it you can see this almost like red ribbon that's wiggling behind it. A audioless, quick visual flare-like cue. You all kind of turn over and look that direction as it goes, I believe these are our compatriots. You do notice that the arrow is thrown quite a ways past where this cliff face descends downward. As you all kind of creep up to the end.
Are we going
go down to get there?
I would assume so. I mean, you're the one who knows where the entrance is.
Do we have to go down to get there?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we have to go down.
Between Caleb and I, we could featherfall all of us down. That takes a small spell.
If
Or we
it's
could.
small, I can only get me and one other. I mean, or we can transform and get a few people down.
That's a bigger spell, though.
That's a bigger spell.
Yeah.
Hold on to that. We have our means of drifting carefully. Or we could try to climb. Well, you could try to climb. I'll be fine.
Why don't you educate us?
Oh yeah, you can drift.
I can.
Can you drift us?
By the same means you were discussing, yes.
Oh, with the featherfall
Yes.
thing. Yes, yes. Well, we could try to climb and save spells, and if we fall, then we'll use featherfall.
Okay.
Let's do that.
The three of you actually managed to find some decent hand and footholds as you continue down. Some areas are a bit slick and the rock tends to crumble a little bit in others, but you still manage to confidently find your way down. Partway in your descent, you have this shadow drift by as it just kind of drifts over the edge and just glides down past you like a elevator. He just kind of looks over at you each as he slowly descends to the bottom.
Support wouldn't hurt.
Not going to lie, that is pretty cool.
Essek, can I jump on your back?
No.
Okay.
No.
IndyCar.
Yeah, full Doppler effect on the way down. I'm sorry, that would not work. Look, I've only been with you for a few weeks, and you're already the most rambunctious pieces of shit I ever traveled with. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rambunctious.
Well, until
We're
these
rambunctious.
ones. He kind of points to the other guard, and they kind of laugh and go like, and Essek goes, shh, he's a new hire. Be respectful.
Oh,
and Dan goes, that's right, I'm a new hire. Be respectful.
Sorry, I forgot I brought you these natty lights.
But what she means is if we're underground and you're topside, can you communicate via arcane means to let us know that someone might be coming?
They kind of look at each other back and forth. And they look at Essek, and Essek kind of goes, and he leans over, and you watch as he puts his hands out. A small chest apparates on the ground, semi-translucent, like it's made of shimmering glass. And he kind of plucks a finger up, and you see it open. And as he pulls inside, and pulls two stones from within. And hands one over towards the head ranger and goes, take care of this, and hands it to Dagon. It's like someone just got promoted. All right, now for Essek's go.
Every turn counts.
Essek, seeing this go very poorly, very quickly, kind of glancing about and sees you holding out the holy sword, and just goes, I suppose you're the one to light them up. And he's gonna go ahead and bring his hands forward, and as he begins to put his hands outward, you see this like image of a clock almost, made of ethereal energy. And on the face of it, you see this almost metallic image of you on it. And as he grabs it, he spins it and cranks it like a wheel. And as it does, you feel your body suddenly begin to surge with energy. Time begins to almost slow down around you. Yeah. You are hasted.
Yeah. Cool. Hasted the barbarian.
Yeah. Dope.
That's how it's done.
I'll buy a ticket to that show.
And with that, he is going to move. And he's like, he does that and looks over and sees the guy and goes like, well,
Oh no.
kind of drifts into the corner with his fists up, looking over towards you, Caleb, and kind of Caduceus around the corner. He's like,
Thrust! All right.
It's 3 undead giants and 2 librarians in the corner.
Yep.
Yes.
And I will continue to Essek really quickly. I will say, see you on the other side of the war, and slide along the ice towards this new sloth and get as close as I can.
Should we just like chuck it?
No, Essek, can we call in some of your people and have them run it? Oh, I don't know, 25 minutes away and leave it at the bottom of another crevice?
I think that could be arranged. He pulls into his pocket and pulls out the stone, and you hear him like mutter underneath it.
It's an hour.
It's polymorph.
Right, I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I would know.
Okay, you're frozen.
I'm
We flew
frozen.
across
Which
so
you are
much
not anymore
space
because at the end of their
war.
turn. You are now unparalyzed.
Yay!
Hey.
Oh my god!
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Oh, hi, Ford. Oh, hi, Not.
Does effectively
Beth,
end
I'm
combat.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Ford saved your life.
Oh, hi, Mom.
He bundled you up and carried you to safety. It was very brave.
You did?
Kiss me.
I'm gonna mage hand and just feel up Ford while he's doing it.
Just what are you doing?
Making things interesting.
Was that you?
So Caleb, while this is happening, Essek is next to you with the sending stone in his hand, just going, all right. Interesting folk. Kind of glancing past all this thing happening over there. They'll be here shortly. And as you all begin to convene and gather, you can see the rest of the rangers are beginning to come over this way. With Dagon and the other ranger leader approaching. Essek points to the sloth, and immediately Dagon goes, what the hell's that doing here?
It's hard to explain.
No,
a spider
but I could go with Essek or with someone else.
Glide down, but I do not have the ability to fly prepared for the day.
Oh, like you couldn't come back up.
Right.
I understand. Okay, then Beth.
As the spider riders make their way down, Essek steps off and begins to glide down, but Essek also puts a hand around the free hanging rope as just a backup. So he's just kind of keeping it loose, but in case anything gets weird, he's just kind of keeping it nearby.
Essek's keeping it.
Yes. And then quickly behind, you see Essek drifting from the top with his own kind of glowing mystique. One hand kind of at his torso, the other kind of clutching the rope as it kind of lets it just slide through his grip. And a secondary spider kind of emerges and curls underneath the chamber. But Essek has landed. And Essek kind of yells out briefly. Goes, "Oh, there is something curious here."
Yes.
What do you mean?
There's lots of curious things. We've been feeling a bitter cold sensation since we got down here.
Bitter cold, yeah. A movement of some fur, and
This structure just collapsed on its own when we got down here.
But we did find this robe.
It's the key to unlocking the Somnova.
Yep.
Let me see it.
Essek, what were you going to say?
As he's talking, you can see his breath is emerging like a cold cloud. Like this is the coldest of blizzards across Islecross. That type of density of cold breath, but in the middle of a chamber that does not seem that cold. And you see him kind of shivering, kind of just floating in the air a bit, going, "This is a very odd sensation."
Is there something here we can't see?
I don't know.
Detect magic.
Thank you.
Snaps.
That's my favorite somatic component for a spell right there. You do not sense anything magical other than what you've brought with you.
Huh.
So nothing on the robe is what you're saying.
The robe is not magic.
Robe is not magic.
Essek, if you are cold, I happen to have a robe on me.
Is anybody else getting like a?
Wait, and what'd you roll perception?
26.
26.
Out of
There's
this
a whole
open?
half of the chamber we can't see because it's too dark. So
As
you wanna walk
Essek,
over
who is
there?
in the middle of the chamber, because he's the only one that descended straight down, while the rest of you kind of went along to the far wall where you came. He says, There is an archway on the opposite side this way.
Let's
But-
get out of here.
True.
Oh shit.
Caleb's spider is going to start going over the arch of the ceiling.
Essek, the brown stuff is kind of heat sensing and mildly carnivorous. You probably want to get away from it as soon as possible.
Fair enough. Should I come to you, or am I... And he glances up at the spider, following them.
Do you guys need some help up there? Like just, I don't know, make some web if you do.
Well, are Yasha and Beth up with, or is it just you going?
No, it's just me. I went on my own.
I have bow.
So the spider does not respond.
Oh, I guess stay with us just in case for now.
Yeah. Okay. Which Essek heard you say about cold. Did you mention that?
Yes, I did, out loud.
Essek goes, thankfully one of the cantrips he has is Ray of Frost.
Oh, well.
He goes, shh, and you watch as he extends his finger, almost like a laser beam of bright blue, just kind of carves across. And as it does, you watch as the mold grays and turns to dust where the blade hits.
Well, that's one way to do it, I suppose.
Don't kill all of it.
Yeah, let's just make our path and just keep something for them to play with.
I'm intending to carve a path.
Other thing
Well
about the
done.
Intuit job.
We know what we're dealing with. Let's find out a little bit more about what we're dealing with and where they're really going.
So my question is, do you need me to carve a path for people?
I think we better carve a path.
All right.
We'll follow you.
From where he's standing, you see he kind of steps a little bit over to the direction where all of you are standing and just kind of burns about a 20 or so foot wide walkway. Kind of carving it straight through to where you guys are. Kind of glides over as he does so. Follow me. Turns around and kind of just slowly burns it through, and you watch as the mold kind of pulls away, the edges of it graying and turning into this kind of pile of silt. And as you move forward across the rubble, kind of pulling and climbing over where the sections of it are, eventually you come to see, with your light, the partially damaged, still holding metallic archway into the next hall.
Thank you, Frozone. That was awesome.
It is now Essek's turn.
Oh, yeah.
Essek is extremely unhappy about this.
Where's my pen?
He is going to...
Bum, 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 bum.
Okay.
We fight in a hall.
Sorry, I should have prepped this beforehand. All right. He is going to cast Magnify Gravity.
Ooh, that's Dunamancy shit.
Doing the mancy.
He's going to go ahead and look up and seeing everyone get frozen goes, oh, this is not good. Puts his hand up, and as he closes his fist, angrily kind of clutching it in front of him, you watch as the space just below the creature suddenly creates this black sphere that engulfs part of its kind of head and shoulders. And as it does, you watch the metal that it's holding onto begin to creak as it's trying to pull it down, probably onto some of you, but getting it off of the ceiling at the very least. So with that, the creature has to make a Constitution saving throw. With a natural 3, it does not succeed.
Incoming monster.
Okay. Takes 19 points of force damage.
Okay, good.
And
Go S.
its speed is halved on its next turn, as it's currently like unable to kind of pull away. It's kind of holding it in place. So is it now they're locked in place, going, take it down! And he's kind of clutching it there. That finishes. Essek is going to go ahead and back up away from here. Next up is Essek. Oh, Essek also, I need to roll for him. So. He did not make a save. Ooh. He takes 52 points of cold damage.
52 points.
Baby boy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We all took. Oh.
You succeeded on your save, so you took half, which is 26.
God.
Sure.
Yeah. So he's he's half hit points in one go.
Will you point to him on the map? Got it.
Yeah, but it's a 60-foot cone. This thing goes quite a way. Okay. Yeah, Essek is going to go ahead and you can just barely see out of the corner there. Everyone's kind of clustered in the middle, and he's like, I can't get him free. He's gonna go ahead and use a 3rd level magic missile to just arc around at it.
Interesting. The old magic missile.
Tried and true.
As all these little beams of force begin to appear at the ends of his fingers and the one in the palm, they kind of gather into these small, kind of condensed balls of purple-blue energy before they all spiral out, arcing through everyone like anime missiles, through the nooks and crannies, and then exploding on the side of the creature as it kind of withdraws even further into the hallway. And with that, Essek's going to go ahead and run and put his back against the other wall on the opposite side, going and like dust some of the icicles that have gathered on the edge of his mantle.
Do we need, can we see brown mold on our path ahead of us? Do we need Essek to...
Or just kind of avoid it in 10 foot.
He himself has kind of gathered his breath and goes, I am willing to carve anything we see, just point it out to me, and I have it at my disposal. This is a very rudimentary spell.
You can say cantrip. We understand magic.
Yeah.
Cantrip.
Caleb walks over and palms Essek's like almost entire torso.
Oh, careful.
He looks over at Caduceus.
I'm aware. I'm just waiting for a
Don't
moment
like this.
where you're back to normal, and it's just easier for me to do everybody at
If you
once.
don't...
Holds up to Jester.
Yes, I understand. Put him down,
Kind
Caleb.
of pats the finger and goes like, you can put me down, Caleb, please.
Well, that works too.
He's like clutching it.
He doesn't think clearly when he's an animal.
Evidently.
You look really cool up there, though.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a good look.
Giant ape. This is great.
Yeah.
Who needs healing really badly?
If you do not mind.
I wouldn't.
One.
I wouldn't say no, but
I mean, I could use some if you want to throw it on me while I'm... Blink,
I need some.
blink.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4,
an Essek.
5. Essek's in there. Well, I'll wait for you and I'll do you special later because you've got a
wow.
and I'll get myself. So, okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're fine, I assume. Or...
I mean, technically, I could be okay.
Okay. We'll work on you two
Nope.
later. Okay,
If we take
so
a
everyone
short
take...
rest, I'll drop it now. I know what. I know.
that's pretty good.
I would.
Right.
Because I can't use any magic right now. I'm just a big dummy.
Right.
That's 23 points to... I rolled real well. To...
Thank you.
Still smarter than Grog.
Everyone who...
Much appreciated, Mr. Clay.
Anytime, just trying to pick everybody up a little.
It could mean if we went to
should we-
sleep right now, we could all get a full night's rest.
Should we radio the guards? Just make sure they answer. What if they're all dead?
Sure.
That's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Oh, Essek
Why?
has the stone, right?
He pulls the stone out. This is Shadowhand. I am inquiring as to the exterior
hand to
perimeter.
woodchuck. Shadow hand to woodchuck.
Woodchuck.
They haven't seen anything yet. They are keeping a very close watch, but it seems to be clear at the moment.
Should have given him a code word. That's not the Rangers.
I don't think it's that deep. What is the order?
Alphabetical.
Okay. So ape.
Cape lived with Essex on his shoulder still, unless Essek wanted to hop off.
No, Essek has given in to his fate at the moment.
Jane.
So I'm going slow. He's going like...
Apes are very smart.
Yeah, he's going real slow and like putting a toe out and feeling and waiting a second and then going because he is scared of blowing up.
Essek is maneuvered behind to kind of like keep any sort of blast radius between, with ape between.
Caleb's gonna dodge people and hop down and just scoop him up and put him over his other shoulder.
Okay,
Thank you.
Essek's gonna actually, as you begin moving down, Essek's gonna just be like, you go ahead, and just leaps off and is hovering above the ice, unaffected by the slickness. Alrighty.
For 1 minute. All right,
Are we to take these set up? What are we to set them up?
Let's
following your
do
order.
2 over in the remnants of this tower and the rubble a bit away from it, and I will do 1 straight across.
The goal is to be within 60 feet of the middle of the room, but not 60 feet within the tunnel.
All right. Essek takes his frost ray and clears out
Nice.
a bunch of the...
Nice.
Because if he's have to go back there to set this, he's not about to set off his bunch of angry mold in his path. With that, he comes over and prepares to set his up over there.
Okay. Is that within 60 feet? Is that within 60 feet of the drop?
Center, yeah.
Yeah, 60 feet's about there.
All right, okay,
if he
okay.
stands in the middle of the cave, everybody's fucked to the wall. 60-foot cone of antimatter. Yeah.
All right, and then
Before we do that, and we're going to call out to each other when we're going to do this, or whisper, stage whisper. I'm going to cast Fortune's Favor on myself.
Good idea.
Essek, of course, cast it on himself as well.
Another slot gone.
I really hope we get to sleep. Oh my god.
Little thin.
Otherwise, it's gonna be physical. That's gonna be.
And Caleb, you said you're climbing up here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Amidst the rubble, but like
Amidst the rubble.
kind of hidden as
Yeah,
much as
and there's a
possible.
crack between the cavern and that wall that Caleb is
there?
standing on. So in there, yeah, so
All
that
right.
it does not
So that'll
break
get you
above.
right about there.
Yeah.
As you're setting it in that space.
And Bo,
And
where
then
you're.
I'll kind of do the oh god, I've got a bad view. The kind of adjacent.
But make
to-
sure it's not 60 feet within the tunnel entrance.
But not yes.
Over here?
So maybe on
Is
the
that-
opposite side.
Opposite side? What do you?
Oh right, because we don't want to hit. Oh, I did a talisman. I hit the monitor.
Wow. So over here?
So yeah, like maybe pocket it over here.
Okay.
Called out.
Essek?
Sorry,
Essek will have to.
Chief. Done it.
Essek will have to burn away the mold over there because that's right in the middle of a
I
bunch of
kind of
mold.
feel like the mold hurts us more than it helps us in this terrain anyway.
Yeah, get rid of it.
All right. So Essek goes and just does a full clearing of this here to make it a clean space for you to work with.
Yeah.
So everyone except for Essek, you and I and Beauregard, please enter the hallway, Salamander Hall now.
All right.
All right.
Salamander
So
Hall.
everyone else is moving way over to the Salamander hallway where the intersection is. Got it. You all shift over there while the three of you, of which Beauregard only has eye line with Caleb, and Caleb only has an eye line to Essek. You're all clutching one of these three into it charges, kind of
So,
looking over the intricate designs that
follow
are
you.
scrolled into it.
I'm going to call 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And then you do it. And if it doesn't work, take it with you.
Do we go on dry or do we go on like in the imaginary?
Go on dry.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Dry. Okay.
All right.
Yeah? Okay, here we go.
Oh shit. Okay.
You get advantage.
I get advantage
You've been
and a
studying your
d4.
whole life for this.
1, 2, 3.
You all at once press into it.
Thank God.
He's going to go ahead and take his reroll.
Reroll.
Oh yeah, because he did a
Fortune's
fortune's
favor.
favor.
27.
Ooh, pretty good.
22.
22. Oh, that advantage was everything. Yeah.
At once, you all together click, release, and set down, and they all drift to the ground. And at first, there's a moment of like, did it work? Then you watch as all of the various grooves throughout the different moving plates pulse with a dull blue-green light. One time, a second time, and it begins to lift off the ground. All right, move, everyone move.
Hep, hep, hey, ho, hey, ho.
You all begin to run rapidly out this way, Essek gliding through the ruin. Caleb rushing. Caleb, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and
You
just.
fucker.
You're up a bunch of rocks and ruin, dude.
Still fucker.
All right.
What do you want?
Make an athletics or acrobatics check, your choice.
Athletics or acrobatics?
So Caleb tumbles a bit and gets his foot lodged in some of the rocks there.
Oh shit.
Go get him!
Okay, can I see this happen as I'm power walking by?
Yep.
I will ignite the boots I have and fly the fuck out of there.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
So
okay.
as Essek and Beauregard turn around and notice that he's stuck, you go ahead and charge them. And as you do, for a moment, you're about to turn and go help him before he just, like cannonball of the X-Men, takes off and charges past both of you into the chamber before catching onto your feet. And now he's ahead of both of you.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, come on.
Which was interesting, indeed.
go.
And he floats quickly alongside you as you all. He's a little slower, but nevertheless, you all manage to convene with the rest of the group. Thank you for being honest about that.
I wasn't sure. I was like, what do I do? What do I do? So
no worries.
It must be nice.
All right. So you all gather. The charge is set. The symbol's set. You are all now at the intersection. What do you do?
Let's make the tower so I can set up this feast.
We should also tell the rangers outside that if the coast is clear, to make sure there aren't any tracks leading into the entrance to the crawl space, just in case we were messy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if they're good at covering up tracks.
Especially after we murdered some giants, so I'm sure we left a trace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You tried to cover.
Yeah,
we did a little, right?
A bit of it,
Okay.
yeah. Essek goes ahead and relays the message and says they're going to do what they can.
Okay.
Tower?
Yeah, I shove the wand into some loose rubble in front of a section of the wall and lay out the bits of glass, and in moments just laid within the wall, like I've cut a rectangle in the wall.
Impressive.
Come inside, you should see it.
But of course. So, as this is happening, Essek kind of walks into the tower and looks around.
Yeah. I don't.
This is quite impressive. Is this of your own design?
I spent several months tinkering on it. It's for these chuckleheads. Look, though, this is your influence, pointing at the stained glass window to Dunamantic.
Happy to contribute to otherwise prominent Zemnian influence. But, truth be told, the better elements of Zemnian architecture.
Well, in the best of all choices, there would be less walls between us in general.
Yeah.
Someday, some century, maybe.
Maybe.
Thank you for coming with us this far. We could all very well die tomorrow.
Isn't that the truth of every day, though?
All right, well.
Essek, what's your favorite food?
Me? Yeah. I don't believe anyone's ever asked me that question.
You seem like a crepe person.
Ooh.
Interestingly enough, and I hope this does not sound strange, I'm a fan of simple soups. Stews.
Really? Stews. Okay. Like beef stew?
Yeah, robust inclusion of all sorts of flavors and herbs, yes.
Okay. Sure.
That sounds
Doesn't really go with the cakes and the waffles,
Soup
but
and cake?
sure. Yeah, a stew.
Cake
It's
on my
going to
way.
be a stew. In bread bowls.
Oh, hell yeah.
Stews for everyone. Oh, nice deep red wines
So
to
you
go
like
with
a
the
good
stew. That
crock
sounds
pot.
wonderful.
Yeah. Now we know what to get him for Christmas.
Nice crispy bugs.
There we
I was
go.
gonna make it like the
Yeah.
biggest fucking feast. Everybody's favorite food, enough for everybody else to try. You know what I mean? Like giant family style.
Sizzler, all you can eat, 50 different things.
Yes.
Weird buffet.
Complete. Oh yeah, a totally gross buffet. Like none of it goes together, but it all looks really lovely because it's on really beautiful, like a tea party sort of plates.
Can you also
different
make some
levels.
Zantac 75?
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
and I'll put
mandarin
some
oranges in a bowl.
Corn.
Do you? Are you all right with me looking around? I'm just curious to see the space.
Just be back in 10 minutes, Essek, because this takes an hour to eat.
And don't go on the 8th floor.
I don't see any stairs that are
Oh,
particular.
just up? Yeah.
Up? Whoa.
You have to say it like that every time, though.
Magic is a very specific.
100%.
And as he kind of drifts up to the center, kind of looking around, kind of nodding with a slight smile to the side of his face. But yeah, so.
Who's doing sentry right now?
Ford's outside.
So sentry means getting ready to slam the door shut if you hear.
Yeah.
Ow!
Yeah.
Okay. All right, if that's the case, I will follow up to. I'm not going to take long, but I'll give him the highlights of the place.
All right. Have you rearranged the space since last time you made an architectural change?
all the
Hot tub. Leave the hot tub.
it folds into the
Okay.
closets.
Of course it does.
This place follows logic and reason.
Design.
Tower, I don't know.
Intentional design.
That was the better version, let's be real.
That's the place.
Be large.
Ninja fight.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think continuing this path, it would not be long until you are creating your own
Yeah.
permanent demiplane.
Remodel. Yeah.
Do you fuck with that at all?
Do you fuck with
I-
that?
I would like to eventually fuck with demiplanes, yes, but I'm still expanding my research.
Here, we are pressed for time, so let me show you one room in particular that you would appreciate.
Please, lead on.
You don't have to say up, you just think it.
It is fun to say, though.
It's true. Up.
Up.
So we'll just continue to spiral up and pass by library, bedchambers, more bedchambers. This is where we eat. There's lots of pies. This area is complicated, and then I will mutter my few words of Zemnian to the entrance to the 9th floor and float him up into the chamber full of stars and possibility and illusion.
Ah, indeed, I see the inspiration for this chamber is strongly worn on your sleeve. Already a quick student of Dunamancy, are you?
I have taken your lessons to heart.
You spoke once of intent. A lot of fortunes have changed since. What is your goal? Ultimately.
I think my priorities have mostly shifted since we last spoke about things like this. I think what's going on right now is more important than my petty earthly grievances. Still very much fascinated with and attracted to ability and skill, and it's not fashionable to say, but to power. Who doesn't feel the tug to such a thing? But yeah, I said it knowing your reaction was going to be. I see you outside. But it doesn't matter. There are bigger things than you and I.
I think that's the key. The pursuit of magic, in the ways that we know it, in the ways that we've been disparately, but in some ways similarly raised and studied. At a certain point, it becomes about the self. It becomes about what I can do. It's impressive that you've deviated at your skill level. I just hope it holds.
That's the key, isn't it? Because if you were to put the very thing that I have wondered about for so many years in front of me, I'm really not sure what my reaction would be.
You're still very young.
You've been around a while longer.
A bit. I know what pursuits of the mysteries of magic can bring. Good and bad. The fact that you can acknowledge this path gives me hope, but... well...
The one thing that has stayed true, though, is that I
Well, I carry a lot of sins. Like you do.
Not anywhere like I do.
Don't be so sure.
Kind of looks down to catch your attention. I'm pretty sure, young man.
I'll take you at your word. Everything that I worked for so many years was to atone. And I still want that. I'm just questioning if there is only one path to that atonement. I don't fool myself into thinking that I will absolve myself of those things, but I think that if I do enough, I can at least carry it more easily. You know what I mean?
I think I do. Well,
you know what a bunch of wizards in one place is? Fucking trouble.
Or if nature and history has taught us anything, eventually, it's just one left.
Come on, let's go down.
Who's ready?
As you all are napping, there's the far edge of the tower. Oh my god. Essek is, as opposed to laying down and sleeping, is sitting in a kind of cross-legged meditative way, just kind of gently floating about a foot above the ground, and in his kind of reverie-type sleep is concentrating.
I don't levitate when I meditate. I wonder if you could teach me that.
You have to ask him later. First hour goes by without issue.
No, I'm not gonna get a full night.
Second hour goes by without issue. Third hour goes by without issue. Fourth hour goes by without issue.
No.
He doesn't get
I'm not going to be. This is the gamble. I'm not going to be at full at all.
But everybody else has to be in the tower.
But
In
Essek,
fact, I'm not even at full hit points.
Essek does get a full rest, because as an elf, he only needs 4 hours for a full night's sleep.
Seriously?
Yeah. But at hour 5...
Yeah.
Essek, who's kind of like walking, or not even walking, kind of drifting through the tower, pulls the stone out and kind of looks about the quiet space as the rest of you are sleeping. Is anybody still up? Everyone else is sleeping?
I mean, I imagine Ford and I probably fell asleep by the door and are nodding on and off,
Right.
in and out.
Essek drifts over to you, Ford.
Ford. The Rangers have had a sighting. A troop of 5 approaching. They're asking if they are to engage.
Yes.
What?
You're a bastard. You're a bastard.
Engage.
Oh no.
He puts the stone away and gives you a very stoic nod.
You cold-hearted snake. Snake him away.
If they are what you say they are, there is no way that that ranger troop is going to make a dent.
No.
So we know they're coming. Should we wake the others and prepare?
Yes. Perhaps if they know the entrance is being watched, or was, they'll be more cautious, take more time.
So you are intending to let them rest longer?
As long as we can.
Did Caleb set his alarm?
No, I'd have to go to sleep and wake up. We gave up on me resting, so there was no alarm. It's just
then
my cat looking for a Tetsuo explosion.
Should we open the door?
Let us
Okay. Because we know they're coming.
be at the ready then. And he drifts to the left of the door, and kind of close to where you were resting and where you were setting up there, and just kind of crosses his arms. Still silence. You and Essek remain conscious, just kind of locked in eye contact. Waiting. Occasionally looking out over the rest of the troop. All of you who are still unconscious are knocked out of your deep sleep into the somewhat cold interior, the non-comfortable center of this tunnel. For a moment, you're discombobulated as you begin to realize where you are and why. Essek and Ford are both conscious. Essek looks over at you. It's go time.
We tried to dispel it before, though, didn't we?
We have help now.
That's true. Essek might have a better idea of what to do. I'm pulling rocks, looking for loose rocks that...
All right, so as you guys head back into the tunnel, Essek's like,
yeah.
Well, obviously I was extremely capable of dispelling that thing that was on your chest before.
I did that, Essek.
I realized that. That's the point. I was being
Oh, okay.
wow.
I just wanted to remind you.
I appreciate that. But nevertheless, and you see as he starts like putting his hands out in front like this, just almost like he's soft throwing objects forward, you watch his rocks start coming out as he's like plucking them as he pulls the gravity from them, kind of aiding you as you guys go along. As you crawl your way through that first batch, Essek kind of glides through and then reaches out and pulls out something and kind of clutches it near his face. It's Dagon. Right. Yes, head back and let them know. Thank you. There are some rangers lost, many injured, but there are some survivors. That was their warning call to let us know that the Tomb Takers were coming.
So, they're okay?
Some. Dagon seemed a little worse for wear, but he was speaking at least.
Well, there's no choice but to go forward.
Yeah, we got this vibe. You know, we just got this...
Of like supercharged sex monsters?
Yes!
Were they like having sex? The body?
Don't we need to be stopping the end of the world? We're leaving out one vital piece of information, even more vital than the sex part.
You can see Essek getting a very close look at this dome and occasionally like running a hand across the exterior, and as he does, you can see all of these fractal patterns of arcane spirals that just kind of appear. Like there's an extra layer of arcana to each of these domes that lays unseen until a practiced magic user knows how to kind of pluck a bit and reveal it. And as he does, Essek turns and goes, whatever arcana is protecting these things is beyond my understanding.
I'm going to join him at the dome, and I want to get a closer look at this person. So, Caduceus, you told us everything that you heard, and the Rashad was...
This person.
The person in the bubble, yeah?
Yes.
That's what it seemed.
Brashard?
Brashard.
With an R at the end?
Mm-hmm, Brashard.
I remember when you described it to him in the earlier game that they're like this.
Yeah, arms up, kind of in a proclamation or
Are they casting
It's hard to tell. If you would like to make a perception check to see if you could peer through the dense kind of shifting of dome-like magical material to see.
Help me take a look at this, please.
Of course, of course.
Oh, I'm gonna guide you too.
Guide as well.
Both you and Essek are going to go ahead and make perception checks.
With a D4.
Oh, I rolled balls.
So did he. With a D4? Roll. It helps.
7 total. Rolled a 3.
Oof.
13 for him.
Okay.
You can make out primarily the same details that Caduceus did, if not as much as he did. You can see the pose, the positioning. At best, you can tell they were, amongst all the corpses that you've come across, very well dressed, a lot of jewelry, look to be of very high station visually. And the fact that they are in the middle of this amphitheater, given the context of what you've ascertained of its purpose, of what you learned from the corpse, this is probably a very important political individual within the context of the magocracy of Aeor. It's hard to tell if they're in the middle of an impassioned speech or the middle of a spell being cast.
Well, so I don't know, but my suspicion is, put yourself in her place at that time. The building is being thrown down from the sky. What is she doing? Is she giving an impassioned speech to the people, telling them to be calm? Is she saving herself?
It is hard to say. From what I know, at least from what information has been gathered, it is said throughout history that the Aeorian people were very what is the word in common? Self-focused.
Exactly.
So whether that is to the individual or to the other people here, if it was an attempt to save, that was quite obviously a failure.
As he kind of glides around and gestures to the droves of long dead bodies around you.
I think so too. I think she definitely wanted to save herself, maybe others, but I don't think these mages disturbed the gods to the point where they threw them out of the sky.
Shh, Charlie, shh.
Oh, this is Bo. I'm Caduceus. Just go around.
Hello, I'm Yasha.
Beth.
Caleb Widogast.
I'm Jester.
Ford.
I'm Charlie.
Excellent.
This is Essek.
Essek. Essek Spectacles. I don't trust it.
Good.
He's smart.
We need someone.
Moving.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Yep.
Well, lead on.
Yeah.
As
We head back to the road.
Jester carrying Charlie on her back, you all quietly begin to make your way to the exit of the amphitheater. Essek staying a safe 15 feet behind before kind of brushing up next to you and going,
you do know about Aeor, right?
A decent amount. What are you alluding to?
Well, many things were designed for warfare here, against the gods themselves. Just be careful of trusting anything at face value.
I haven't done that in a very long time.
You may live yet.
Stay close.
as it's slashing towards you, the eye arcs above you.
Here's the eye.
Ignores you. Looks over towards Caduceus, who's the closest to it.
I'm invisible.
And does not look towards you. Instead is going to fire towards Essek.
No!
Oh, Bobby.
Hit Caduceus, no!
That hits.
Even through the barrier?
It's not a spell.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't block all magical everything, period. It blocks spells.
I didn't do the radiant burst because I figure it's immune like the other one is.
So that,
Did it attack
however,
Essek instead of you? Maybe it can't.
Because it already did damage to Ford. Wants to spread it around?
Yeah.
Maybe.
See what it is. Maybe it can. Maybe it needs long range.
Maybe it looked at Ford's
It could also be
wrists
for, like,
and deltoids
arcane
and was like, it's fine.
Practitioners like wizards.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be a thing like when you don't want to use a bow and arrow right next to somebody.
Yeah.
What smells, Laura?
I smell like old food or
it
something.
takes 24 points.
24? Wow.
Points of psychic damage.
Okay.
As the beam streaks forward and slams him, and you watch him go, ah! And he's currently holding a sign.
Oh no.
Which, for the record, I'm gonna
Mind
do Essek's turn
bullets.
after this because I keep forgetting. 'Cause you have too many players and an NPC
Yeah,
with
baby.
you.
Oh my god.
He's gonna get his turn right after this
Ow.
creature. So anyway, that finishes its turn. Essek retracts from that. He rolled super low on his initiative, a natural 4, but nevertheless, he's gonna go ahead and retort with his go. Essek is going to cast. Let's do some funness here.
Yeah. Give me that Dunamantic.
Mm-hmm.
I said duo Nancy, but
Good band.
Good band.
please welcome to the stage, duo Nancy.
Second round is way better
That
than the
doesn't
first.
work well for that necessarily.
Huh.
We are doing Nancy and we're here to fuck shit up.
Yeah, it doesn't help that he was behind the pillar for placement, so I think he's right out of my field of view. He's gonna go ahead and step back and turn this way, and he's gonna go ahead and cast Gravity Sinkhole back in this direction to
Yeah,
try
you
and
are.
catch that creature right there.
Okay.
Get out of
All right, so that is a Constitution saving throw for that creature. Natural 3, it's a fail.
Yes, fail, you bastard.
So he takes 5d10 force damage.
You guys here for the party?
Get out of here, Chad.
Chad.
What?
29 points of force damage to that guy. And is pulled in a straight line towards the sphere, ending on, so it pulls him right there.
Yes.
And so as he spins around, and you watch as he takes the impact from his brain, spins between the group as he's kind of gliding there, turns around and puts his hands in the air, and rakes them through from the sky to the floor. And as it does, you watch this black sphere apparate in that space, consuming the creature. You just hear this howl as the sphere collides into a center point, and you see the creature almost for a brief moment getting spaghettified towards its center point. Its body gets tugged and pulled unnaturally, stretched forward, taking all of this damage as it's yanked there, and nearly stumbles to the ground before catching itself as Essek kind of rights himself in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah.
He's gonna cast Magic Missile at 5th level. Pew pew.
Yep,
Do I need to
cleric
roll
and a
d20s
paladin.
for
It could
casting
just
those
be a
two spells?
Claritin.
You do, yes.
Well,
Well, Hex you don't have to because it's a first level.
For when
But
your
then the
allergies
fact
are
that-
real bad.
You do. Roll that for me.
16.
7
Roll another
miss.
D100 for me, please.
Yeah. No. Covered in hair and
Actually, no.
also-
Sorry. You're fine. You're
16's
fine.
okay?
16's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No,
Warned you get hair on your palms.
You just missed it.
Okay.
Essek, however, does have to make a roll.
Okay.
16. You guys are fucking
Both clear.
lucky. Both clear. However, that is. $7d4 plus 7 points of damage for this thing. As Essek floats up a bit in the air and releases his hand like this, and as he does, these 5 darts out of his hand and then 2 out of his palm rush around and arc out towards the side of the hallway before all exploding into the center, hitting it from all sides, and you see this burst of force energy in the middle.
Yeah, so dope.
I love magic missiles.
Yeah. What is it? Magic missile.
Magic missile just auto hits.
Good on classic. Yeah.
It's the dark
Didn't
side.
you have a
Dark side
watch?
UniBeam.
I did.
Yeah.
Scanlan had a lot of
Ooh,
lot of
these are good
wands.
rolls. So 29 points of force damage to it.
Don't we have a wand of smiles? How come we never use that? Should use
More
that
creatures
more.
need to smile.
Yeah.
You're right.
All right, and Essek's gonna go ahead and drift off to this side and try and put more distance between him and the creature while staying within the radius. As he kind of drifts back and goes, Caleb, you're all right.
No.
Me neither.
There's another one! I'll creep out of the dome and go down to the door.
I'll go with you.
Oh, good. I need some light.
If you are to be scouting ahead for a portion of this, let me,
He reaches into his pouch and Essek pulls out this small, dark, spherical pearl and kind of holds it out in front towards your forehead. And you feel this familiar kind of a shunting of energy into your face that kind of warms through you, and you have a mote of possibility. Be a fortune's favorite.
Oh,
shit.
Thank you, Essek.
Lacking in originality, but okay.
Thank you. All right.
I heard that and I taught it to him.
It's technically the OG.
He places it upon his forehead too and kind of takes it into himself. As you're kind of gathering things, and as you all step up, I'm actually going to say, not bad actually. Essek joins with you without issue. As you all make your way to the edge and kind of glance down to see precisely what Beauregard had been taking in, there's that pause as you all kind of let the immensity of it wash over you. Essek breaks the silence going, this... I cannot fathom what would cause this level of destruction.
Maybe the tip of a mountain punching up from below?
Well,
or
whatever
the
it-
fist of a god punching up from below?
How much rope do you have? 50 feet?
Probably the same length, yeah, 50 feet.
Well,
2 of those?
we do have means of manipulating things at a distance. If we can affix the rope and just go one floor at a time.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
that's
just
true.
able it as we go between our particular specialties.
And if Beauregard, and I think you too as well, Essek, you didn't seem to have a problem with that decline yesterday.
Oh,
While the last
I
one's
mean-
down, you could follow us and bring the top of the rope, and we could just go bit by bit by bit, as you say.
Indeed.
I remember when we used to set traps and utilize gravity as part of the weapon, and yet here we are.
Gravity, it'll turn on you.
Well, we just need to make friends.
I like that.
There's a spell for that.
There are some points where the rope begins to shift a bit, and you kind of catch yourself. Everyone checking in with each other. Essek shouts over the edge, "Is everyone okay?"
I instinctively, I grab for Ford's hair to try to hold on to something.
Glides through. Hello.
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 Oh,
Hi.
no.
I heard that, and I move closer to the rest of the group, and keeping an eye on Caduceus and Charlie. I actually go over to Essek. How are you on pearls?
I mean, I brought a number with myself, but I will always accept more. Why?
I fish out 3 from the 7. Here, take these.
Thank you.
They go fast.
True enough.
Records?
Records.
Okay.
Might be something.
We go.
Yeah.
Caleb, are you going to catch up?
Are you going to catch up?
Yes, I'm going
Stay
to.
with Caleb.
Okay.
Why are you staying with Caleb?
I don't want to leave him alone.
In a couple minutes already. It'll take a few minutes for us to get down. He'll just go last. I think it'll.
Yeah.
We can juggle this.
Okay. Any good notebooks? Scoop them up. Paper and notebooks.
You know me.
Okay. All right, let's go.
I wave with my eye.
It's weird when I wave with the back of my hand.
You don't have to do that. You could just do that.
I don't like any of that.
Essek, at which point goes,
You know, I'll stay as well, just to help keep watch.
Okay, we are on a timetable, everybody. I do want to, timetable.
We'll go.
Let's go.
So, as you're in there kind of collecting and preparing the spell, Essek's kind of leaning against the wall, arms crossed. So, what is everyone's hope through this?
Well, as I'm putting down stacks of Dunder Mifflin, almost like it's a pallet, and then also grabbing books that I did not even inspect and plopping them down in for inspection later. What do you mean, in this room, or do you mean down below?
Down below.
6 feet under the ground.
I just have a general sense of unease. I did not sleep well last night, and the more I begin to see Beauregard, yourself, return with these markings, I've only just recently learned to trust. It's hard to begin to mistrust so quickly. So I just need your assurance that you will be forthright should anything begin to change.
Well, here's the thing. Stack. I cannot guarantee you. I know what these do, or that I can handle what they might bring. But my friends down below will make sure that there is no harm come of it. I'm not going into this blind. I say it is worth the risk. If whatever is down there returns, your home, my home, is in question, so...
Let me ask you this. You carry this worry and weight that Master Ikathon gives chase as well, yes?
Yeah.
Which is more important to you? That chase or this one?
This one.
Good.
If we don't take care of this, we can't take care of that. I have a great many desires for my home. But they are on the back burner, as they say.
I understand. I only ask because I've seen great many prospective talents like yours grow unfocused in times of necessity and decisive action.
You're not curious about what's around you right now?
I'm extremely curious. I'm taking in everything I can, but I also understand that if one is to keep their nose in a home, somebody else needs to be paying attention. I've also been around a lot longer than you have. I know how to curb these curiosities for the sake of what's directly ahead. I can sense a similar discomfort in some of your compatriots.
Yes.
Some things can wait. We've only touched the beginning of this. I can only assume that there is going to be many more intriguing mysteries played before us, but they are not what our goal is. If we survive all of this, then maybe we'll return, make a trip of it. But I just worry.
Psst. Hey, this place is creeping me the fuck out. I don't know if you remember that we split up with our party, but we should probably go.
Wrapping up.
You heard the woman? Thank you, Yasha.
You're welcome. I'll hold the rope.
All right.
Please.
Essek, as you hold the rope, Essek just kind of gingerly places a hand on it and just Mary Poppins down.
Well, off.
For the next bit.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Before we go in, I have a question for Essek.
Yes.
Can you identify this? I have a funny feeling this might be important. You're at least as important as the robe.
What are you handing him?
The
bracelet.
Oh, the bracelet. Got you.
What are you handing?
Don't you see me miming holding a thing?
Can't you see it, Matt?
Can't you see it?
I will take some bacon. Thank you.
Bangarang. Starting to believe.
You're doing it, Peter.
He takes it and you watch his eyes kind of flash over for a second. He goes, this is some sort of faint magical aura to it, an evocation. It seems to be utilized as some sort of a key.
Wait, we needed a key for something. No?
Yeah, the tower.
We're gonna need
the lightning
keys.
tower.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Hands it back to you. Essek, as you are kind of going through the chamber and preparing your spell, Essek's going, there's something odd about this room.
What is it?
It's hard to explain. It's like a flavor in the air, a scent that's familiar.
Eyes of the grave.
You sense nothing.
Which is the cracked one? Terminal 1?
Terminal 2 is the cracked one.
Terminal 2 is cracked.
Would
we can talk to any
Caleb or Veth, with all their experience with chemicals and components, recognize the smell?
It's not a smell. It's not a taste. Make a perception check, Caleb.
Ozone? Perception, you say?
Yes.
That is a 19.
A 19? You begin to catch some of it too. Something oddly familiar, so subtle. And as far as a sensory contact to it, it's almost extra sensory. And you can't quite place it until Essek makes eye contact with you and goes, Dunamis. This chamber has Dunamis.
That's interesting.
Indeed.
I think it's worth having a conversation with one of these people.
Why?
You can find out what this is real quick. Be on our way.
Is there still like fluid or something in the chambers? Anything that looks leaked out? Yeah, what's in the tube?
They look completely clear, empty.
When you two say Dunamis, I know what it means, but just so Veth is in the clear. You mean traces of Dunamancy?
Yes.
Like time magic? Gravity magic?
Possibly. It is specific to the pursuit of Dunamancy, to the crafting of that sort of arcana, and it is very specific to the dynasty and our research.
Oh, this could be where it originated from.
That would be interesting. And a dangerous thought in the dynasty as well. More so than even when Essek pointed it out, the space here after that display, you can strongly sense the expended Dunamis in this space. And you immediately begin to tie the reasoning behind this effect and the acceleration of time, localized time.
Oh.
Wow.
And Essek is like kneeled down at the purple gem and is like, how are they doing this?
I've got a crazy idea.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the eyes.
That would accelerate the eyes.
Or
oh yeah.
It accelerates the rest.
It's a long rest. It's not like reset.
Darn.
Unless the green stone makes it go a different direction.
Kneel down next to Essek at the gem. It is difficult. There is so much to learn here. Pray there's time afterward.
If there's time afterward.
Yeah, there's that.
We'll go a little further.
Only if we want to do it.
No, it's true.
I mean, I think
Well,
it's
wait.
good to have.
I'm going to do it.
do what?
I'm going in that chamber.
Why?
Do you need to heal?
I'm curious to see if it restores
All your spell slots?
correct.
Okay.
If you want to try it.
I guess this will answer that
take long.
eyeballs question.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Maybe he'll get another one.
Ready?
You step inside. The door closes. The gem kind of blinks twice and then goes dark. The door opens.
You have to try the other one. Might be out of power.
That one looks a little damaged.
Might have to recharge.
Okay. Well, worth a try.
Does it have a fuel cell? Like a pearl or something? I don't know. Advanced technology. Just thinking of that.
The gems seem to be some sort of... Whether it be a focus or is the element of the rejuvenation, I don't know. may take time for it to recharge. It might require a specific input. I don't know how much is the device or just the basis of this gem.
I mean, it would stand to reason that if it works with time, then the thing that would charge it would be time. So maybe it just collects.
Yeah, maybe it's a
time
slow recharge
and then
a fast.
And then uses time.
Yeah.
And then
So it just will hold like.
you would
8
think
hours
that
of
over
time.
the 1,000 years it would have charged a whole lot then.
Well, I mean, you
But-
sometimes you fill a bottle only as far as you,
You know when
can
you
fill the bottle.
overcharge your phone? It's a bitch.
But yeah, like a water jug underneath a dripping.
As you're having this conversation, you watch Essek kind of drift over to the second, damaged one. He gets down, looks closely at the purple gem. Ah. Caleb. Points at the gem.
I can peer over his shoulder
Do
too.
I see what he's referring to?
You glance over towards it, and as he touches the back of your head and kind of pushes your head close to it, and for a second you kind of resist. As you glance in, the purple coloration begins to fade to the back, as instead you begin to see elements of space, drifting possibilities. It's almost like a weaker, smaller replica of a beacon.
Oh, shit.
Embedded in the device right there.
That's cool.
This will do a lot for their religion.
And this was not in the other, or it was and it's gone dark?
A similar gem is in the other one, but that one's gone dark.
Yeah. What do you do with this knowledge?
I don't know.
Should you take it?
Yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, can you swap a do?
Or we just take it? I'm not
Whatever
that
you decide
badly.
to do, we should do it quickly because
We should do that. I'm not that badly.
True enough. You stand up a bit, see Essek puts his hand out and begins to concentrate, his eyes narrowing. As he does, you watch as the smooth, relatively untouched stone base of this glass tube device begin to crack and crumble before you see it get pulled away and dragged onto the ground behind, scattering, the glass breaking, and as opposed to shattering around you, being shunted off to the backside of the wall, scattering on the ground.
He controlled the direction of it all smashing apart?
Yeah. As it all scatters across the way, it's just the base now where it's cracked. And as that all falls away, he turns his hand up, and as he does, it's almost like an invisible hand digging into clay and lifting through as it sifts past the fingers. You see the rock lift and then crumble, and there in the center you see this diamond-shaped gem of faint dark purple coloration that was now released. And he kind of lifts it and drifts it over into your hand.
Don't you think you should hold on to this?
There's two, isn't there?
True. I'm just struck by the enormity of what I'm holding in my fingers.
Are you going to take the other one, Essek?
If we have time.
Won't that break the machine?
Yeah, it might break the machine.
Is that okay? I guess we're not.
We're leaving. Keep the machines.
We could keep this one machine and keep that one as we go.
Yes,
Okay.
keep one intact.
Be
We
free
know
to be
that
nice.
this is here. Yeah.
We can come back.
To be 9.
As this was happening, Essek kind of, you see him begin to cast something and then condense it into his hand and hand you this small bead.
Another?
Veth. This is like a marble. And just goes, follow my lead.
Follow your what?
Lead.
Aim it when you want.
Aim it?
Oh
Giving you a bullet.
Just hands it to you.
Giving you a Dunamantic bullet.
Yeah.
To put in my thing?
But just be cool.
Just be
Be cool. Go with it.
With it? What am I supposed to do with
Take
it?
the drugs! Take it!
Aim.
Swallow it!
Aim and focus.
Aim what?
So, top of the round. Veth, you're up first.
I'm gonna strafe to my right, run to my right, and aim it.
Okay.
Yeah, hold it up. Does anything happen?
You use your action to focus on it.
Yeah.
As you release, a bolt of black lightning arcs out from it across the way towards the creature. It's a level 4 lightning bolt. Go ahead and roll 96.
96!
Whoa! Essek, go.
Maybe.
Essek.
Like someone who finds old schematics for something.
Thank God for that hero's feast.
Huh?
Essek resists the gnashing sounds and is like, it's gonna go ahead and everyone's kind of clustered in there. You know, everyone's kind of in that space right there. He's going to cast a magic missile at 3rd level, just because he doesn't want to hit anybody else with stuff.
Thing's nasty.
Alright. 16 points of force damage to it. Not great rolls necessarily. And he's going to go ahead and step back this way to try and get out of that gnashing sound. That finishes his turn. As your featherfall kicks in, the two of you begin to take off on your flight, and watches Essek begins to float down as well, kind of keeping pace with those who are featherfalling. You just kind of begin to drift downward, and you pass another floor and another floor. Now, mind you, as part of featherfall, you still fall at the angle that you're going.
Yeah, that's why I said don't leap. I just stepped off so that I would go down.
Okay. The path just continues, and there is a platform beneath you at
Forward! Grab my hands!
floor 6.
He pulls me
You guys just go straight to 9?
I zip past Essek and just showboat just a little bit.
I think the flyers can probably pull people out so they're falling
I'll let them
all the way to
showboat,
9.
Yeah, I'll kind of Australian Shepherd, like.
Essek casts fly on himself and begins to showboat as well.
Oh, showboat.
Whoa!
I go over to Beth and I'm like,
like the electrons of an atom.
Tail at the zoo.
You just have Caleb, Ford, and Essek just kind of flying around the slowly falling, uncontrolled mass of the rest of the Mighty Nine.
A little water ballet. Don't mind us.
Descending down deeper and deeper into the
Maybe
darkness.
an alarm. Can you put up your wire?
That might be the best. Save your spells.
It is not a bad idea.
Time to time.
Trying to reserve what we have at our disposal.
It could be cool to hide something that will hurt them in the water, in the doorway maybe, where we know they have to pass through and
can't see it.
Can't see it because it's
we're in
underwater.
front of them. If we're in front
Do we have the glyph
Right.
anymore, or the glyph's gone?
I mean, I have it still. Again, oh wait, I don't have the supplies for it anymore. It took a lot.
It was awesome.
What supplies?
It was awesome.
Well, I didn't prepare it today because I used it already.
That certainly makes it easier to choose.
Yeah, sorry, Essek.
Shall we
That's
do
all
a
right,
while
but
and move?
Regardless, we should move soon.
I didn't
whatever the
prepare
plan is.
that. I can do it, but again, it's a time suck since it's not prepared.
What, the
Go.
Alarm, 10 minutes.
Perhaps just traveling quietly.
Yeah, let's just be very quiet.
Maybe we'll find another opportunity for it.
There is something about this circle that is unlike anything you've seen, and while firmly based in transmutation, is a level of intricacy that even you are having a hard time to grasp at first, until you realize it's because it's not based in pure transmutation. It's a merger of transmutation and elements of Dunamancy. In fact, the 31 is heavily based in temporal alteration.
That means temperature.
Yeah. Can you make it warmer in here?
I wonder if Athodan stood in here once.
Who's Athodan?
We just learned about him up above in the records room.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah. Should I go get Essek? Or...
I'm memorizing the shit out of this. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Oh my gosh, you could recreate this later and then open up a portal into
I kind of speed walk.
fifth dimension.
Essek,
Yes?
come here.
All right.
Something interesting in here.
Squeezes through the opening and kind of follows you into the chamber. Kind of looks down at like the scattered papers and kind of grabs a couple and looks over at you.
Anything familiar?
Kind of glides forward and starts looking over it in a very curious way, and then his eyes go wide, and then he gets down, like on his hands and knees almost, like looking at it and kind of glancing about.
I give him guidance.
I've had theories, but
what are the machines all around this circle?
from what you can see around, a lot of them, some of them appear to be the equivalent of like an arcane seismograph. They are record keeping and kind of reading fluctuations in arcane energy. Some of them even in different schools of magic, almost like there was some sort of tweaking and turning of knobs to see where a specific balance was in some way. You can see the paper that Essek kind of grabbed, and he looks down and starts like rummaging through some of the scattered notes and small like leather-bound books. Starts glancing through. This device borrows a lot of tenets of Dunamis development, which even further confirms that Aeor was dabbling in some familiar territory. Maybe there's something here we can find. And he just starts like rummaging through stuff. A lot of these are just general logs, like day-to-day logs, quick notes about findings, adjustment of channeling. Actually, things referring to the primal artifact.
Primal artifact.
But what catches your attention is one of these thick log books you open up, and within a quick glance through, there's an image that immediately catches yours and Essek's attention. There's a 12-sided object.
There it is.
To where within you can see artistic renditions of starscapes within. And as your spell is still there, it says, it speaks of development between Athodon and Archmage Ioshadaf. And their study of the primal artifact, channeling the seemingly limitless source of temporal transmutation that is still vastly untapped. He believes one can anchor a point in one's history and temporarily shunt oneself there.
Fucking time
Oh my
travel.
god, they're Aeorians.
If successful, expansion to designating anchor points beyond one's own timeline may be possible.
Temporal alteration.
And this is indicating this can be done with the
Don't
beacons.
give the wizard this.
Mm-hmm.
It's indicating that this device
here
is
before us.
Right before you was the beginning experimental stages of sussing this out.
No. Oh no.
You continue to read on,
Time
because you rolled
doc.
super fucking high. It speaks on the experimentation process after initial development, that an echo of the individual is left behind when they transfer. A shadowed echo that is the anchor of them to their own timeline, while they're shunted into their own.
So echo and present, full self in.
Keeping them
That's what
connected
they're in
into
the
the
bubbles?
timeline.
The echo is in the bubbles, you think?
That's 100%.
You don't know, about that specifically. This is dealing with this scenario.
Yeah.
Okay.
There could be connections
related.
that may require a lot more
Yeah.
time and research as you continue, perhaps.
Plus, fuck with an anchor.
Further logs speak of mages experimenting with the temporal dock.
A T-dock.
It's the T-dock. Only spending a few seconds in transit, but the physical stress already proving worrying. Later experiments lament the individuals spending longer than predetermined within the dock, ending with the echo fading in the individual never to return. And then the final notes complain of challenges in acquisition for funding and approval for continued research. And that's where the logs end.
They never fund science enough.
It's true.
I look at Essek and say, unbelievable, isn't it? Except I don't say it, I accidentally just think it.
He kind of... Like I said, it confirms some of my theories on both sides. If one could change the past...
It's interesting.
A chance to correct mistakes. It's alluring, regardless of how dangerous.
Not enough to go on. Curious.
Yes. Not
Curious,
enough to go on.
Yes, I agree. I concur.
Indeed.
Indeed.
How big is that logbook?
From what you see, it's maybe about 50 pages.
I take it.
Okay. Perhaps if we survive this, we can return
And change the past?
exchange theories.
Does that mean what I think it means? Is he coming on to you?
I think. What do you think it means?
I think he's coming on to you.
She hears, it's complicated. Well, we have a task at hand, yeah?
All right, finishing Ford's go, that brings us to Essek.
Oh yeah, Essek.
Tricks, right?
Help.
Yeah.
Essek is going to... You're saying help?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's more important that you keep everyone alive. He's gonna go ahead and wrap his hands kind of in airspace and then put his kind of clenched fingers forward and rush upward like that. And as he does, you feel this gust of wind as these sparkling kind of arcane wings appear on your back.
Ooh.
And you have fly on you.
Whoa! Are they pink? Are they like unicorn?
Or are they
hamster
purple
unicorn
sparkly
wings?
Dunamancy wings?
They're purpley sparkly Dunamancy.
Yes!
So you do have fly cast on you.
Oh shit.
He
Goth, my little
rolls a 9,
pony.
so he's okay.
Yeah.
And he is going to take his movement.
Oh god.
15. That's all he can do, because he's like wading through the water, and he's like, don't forget to return the favor.
He can't float on the water?
Expeditious retreat, the spell that
He
I
can't float on the water with his, like, his little...
It's not,
like a
it doesn't
3-inch
quite work
spell.
like that. It gives him off of solid ground, but it doesn't put him over surfaces. It's not a levitate type
like
spell.
2
Do I
feet
need
of
to
water.
roll for expeditious
He
retreat?
was just as
Can I pick up Essex as I'm flying past?
You could, yeah. It'll slow down your movement to half, but you can do it.
But I'll get that first chunk of my movement at full speed, and then
you will.
All right, let's do that.
Okay. Now, the reason it takes half your movement, though he's a relatively light individual, you're both waterlogged, and so your clothing is very heavy. So as you drift up, it does slow your movement in half, but you do manage to pick up Essek in 15, 20, 25, 30. You are essentially...
God, directly above.
I would have gone around the side, I think.
If you'd like to go on the side?
Yeah.
Which way? Over here?
Towards the tendril.
Let's take the left, actually.
This over here?
Everyone keeps taking the right. Let's take the left.
I respect that. Okay.
Yeah, just
put you about there.
Yeah, probably wouldn't be quite that high, but yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
You get the gist. That was what I used.
I'll also say as no, never mind. It wouldn't work. So
I'll go ahead.
Gotta go on the land.
One that
guys.
high.
Let's go.
I'll go ahead and make it not as high.
Sheep in orbit.
We have a sheep in orbit. Alrighty. So as you lift, Essek's like, ah! He's just kind of carrying him up in the air. As you're like, ugh! The wings.
Yeah, I don't want to die from fall damage.
Tentacles are like whipping around.
So.
Yeah.
It'll break some of it. That finishes your go, Caduceus?
Yeah.
All right, and the last one is again Essek, which natural 19 that hits.
Ooh.
All right, so Ford, you take 23 points of bludgeoning damage.
Woo, baby!
And 4 points of acid.
Okay.
And Essek takes. Ooh, that's not good. 29 points of bludgeoning damage.
Get to the portal.
And 2 points of acid damage. Essek's looking a little rough. As he takes the hit, he's like, ah! And against coughing, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
And so does Essek.
Should have gone sheep.
21.
21, you succeed. Essek with a natural 3 does not.
I didn't lose my hair. I got more.
Oh, Essek is grappled?
Essek is grappled.
Natural 19.
So you are now clutching him, and you can't move as long as you're holding on to him, as the creature has a strong hold on Essek Thelyss.
Can that fucker teleport or anything?
We'll find.
All right, that finishes his turn.
And you're not grappled?
I am not.
But Essek is.
But Essek is.
And he's up in the air?
Not high, but yes.
Yeah, about like 15 feet up in the air, being held by Caduceus, who now is like trying to hold and pull, his wings flapping hard, and Essek is just grabbed by it, and Essek's like, ugh, just reeling from the pain of the crush and the acid burn. All right, that finishes Ford's go.
We don't want to be
It is now Essek's. Essek is you're holding on, it's like, don't worry. We've all got tricks up our sleeve.
Okay.
And he's in a bonus action cast Misty Step.
There we go.
Oh, that's clutch.
Vanish out and appear right in the space where Ford was. Just kind of drifting off the ground, but a bit. Looks over at Jester. Let's make it quick. And then just glides into it and continues his gliding outward, almost like he just drifted into a fly. All right. Oh, but however, actually, this is a valid point. Essek did take damage. He took 31 damage. We'll see if he drops the fly spell.
Oh. Does he have Warcaster? He does, right?
He does. So he gets, which is good because his first roll was a 3. Oh. That'll do it. Natural 18. Yeah.
Yes.
So he maintains concentration on fly.